Hello, hello? Let's see. Let's turn this down. Switching chat to live chat. Oh, hello, Ben. How's it going? I'm guessing you're home and chilling. I'm guessing. What are you playing right now? Fantasy Life, or are you in Final Fantasy 14? 14? Oh, okay. What are you doing in there these days? Are you like tombstone grinding, or underkeep tombstones? Okay. That's fair, that's fair. I have to do a couple tombstone runs to just get the base for Summoner. And then I have to decide whether I want to... I think I might want to start gearing Warrior and White Mage at least. And then... I'm trying to think... Maybe start leveling some of my side jobs up to 100. Gonna get a new book before reset? Yeah. When is the new patch dropping? I think it's like in... Is it in July or is it in August? I forget again. I think it's coming in the beginning of August or something like that. Yeah, it will be on us before we know it. That's for sure. That's for sure. Yeah. I gotta figure out a time to replace my CPU. And then we'll see. But yeah. Appropriate to the stream title, I'm going to be about shortly. Cold shower first. Yeah. Go take it, Shay. It is so bad over here. You know, Ben, what you could do is be like, boss, I gotta go. And then you just like fly to Michigan and or Ontario and just get like super warm. You'll want to go back to New Zealand before you know it. Yeah. Yeah, it's hot and it's sticky. And even when it rains, it doesn't entirely cool down because we're going into our heat. Okay, so how hot is it really? Am I just like being a Canadian? I'm gonna hopefully not dox myself here. I'm gonna look at over on this temperature here. Oh Lord. Oh no. Nope. No, 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 no. Okay, so it's 26 degrees Celsius. In Fahrenheit, that is 78 degrees. So 26 degrees Celsius right now. Humidity, 80%. Almost no wind. High of 28%. Oh, feels like 36. See, I knew it. I knew it. I wasn't like... Okay, so it feels like 36 degrees Celsius. It's actually somewhere between 26 to 28 degrees. And the humidity is almost 80%. Okay, I thought I was like going crazy because I was like, there's no way this is 26. It literally feels like 36. Ugh. It's rainy and miserable here. Maybe we should switch places, Ben. How do you feel about teaching English as a second language? Could proof bread with that humidity? Yeah. It can get quite humid in Ontario, which is why it is so green. It's very similar in some ways to England in some ways. It can be quite green. But England has like an emerald color. Canada is more like a foresty color. Oh, man. Just checking in with my roommate to see when she'll be in. I know that we will be modless tonight. It's the Vineland the Vikings were looking for? Yeah. There is actual fruit / grape growing country in the south of the province, close by the American border. Party slacking. So for chat, basically my sister's long distance boyfriend is visiting. And yeah. You wonder why? Yeah, I wonder why. I'm not actually too worried. I'm going to be honest with everyone. We don't have to like go super long for stream tonight. And we can just keep it really chill, and I can be the banner. I can start banning people. But yeah. Oh, okay. So Shay's out, probably having a cold shower. Leo, how's it going for you? Anything interesting happening? Oh, hello, Jonathan. How's it going? Are you at work? Or did you get a weekend off? At work. Yeah, there he be. Oh, Simp, hello. How's it going? What are you up to, Simp? Are you doing your programming, your coding? Or are you just chilling tonight? Or today? Tonight. It must be late for Simp, because I think he's in the Europe. It's cold as hell. Right, Leo's at the bottom of the world, so he's got winter right now. Yeah. Well, okay, so Leo, guess what? Right now, where I live, it's 26 degrees to 28 degrees Celsius. And it feels like 36 degrees Celsius. And it's 80% humidity where I'm living right now. So it's very sticky. As I'm speaking to you guys, I'm just sweating. And I'm not even moving. I'm trying not to move as much as I can. I'm thinking about ordering in. Should I order from Wendy's or McDonald's? Wendy's has the chocolate frosty. I kind of want one. I might not be thinking correctly because of the heat. It's hot in the UK also? No way. How hot is it, Simp? Wait a minute. I'll just guess. We're gonna put Simp in Birmingham just for lols. Birmingham, because I think Birmingham is in the middle. Temperature. 14 degrees Fahrenheit. Precipitation 65% because it's probably gonna rain. Humidity 97%. Ooh, yeah, that just means it's really gonna rain. 18%, 18 degrees Celsius, 14 degrees Celsius. But if we do London, London is further south, if I recall correctly. Wait, 23 degrees Celsius. Whoa, it's 2 a.m. already there? Really? Holy shit, dude. Simp, you're up late. Yeah, 23 degrees to 24 degrees. 23 degrees Celsius. 18 to 23 degrees. So we're a bit hotter than you. But your humidity is very similar to ours. You use Celsius for climate and Fahrenheit for everything else? We use Fahrenheit for cooking. Let's see here. So if we look at the meme. Let's look at this meme again. We gotta study this meme here. We're measuring temperature. Is it for cooking? No. Is it the pool's temperature? No. So yeah, it's in Celsius. We do it in Celsius. If it's not the pool's temperature, if it is the pool's temperature, or if it is for cooking, we do Fahrenheit. That's us. We are so smart. Don't put him there. It's not a nice place. That's also the temperature at 2 a.m. Yeah, that's crazy. Temperature isn't too bad right now for me. It's still mid-70s. What in the f is 70s? Okay, mid-70s. Isn't that like... Okay, wait one sec. Google. Fahrenheit. Fahrenheit to Celsius. What is 70? 21. I agree. 20 is a nice... That's nice. You hate that flowchart? What's wrong with this flowchart, Ben? What's wrong with this flowchart? I personally don't see anything wrong with this flowchart. I was excited to see the flowchart until I realized it was to do with the Canadians. We were just talking about temperature right now in Racken. And Racken, if you don't mind sharing with us, what is the temperature like at your place? I was just noting that when it comes to talking about temperatures, we use Celsius for weather. But we use Fahrenheit for cooking and pools. 91 degrees. Holy shit, dude. Okay, wait a minute. We gotta go over to my trans thing. Okay, let's see here. 91. 32 degrees Celsius. Eee! That's warm. 32 degrees Celsius. Holy crap. Well, right now where I am in Racken, it feels like 36 degrees. So my YouTube live stream thumbnail is me in a desert. I basically feel like I should actually have put myself in a jungle, honestly. I should have put myself in a jungle because that's what I feel like. I feel like I'm in a swampy jungle. It's going to climb to the 90s, 100s here in a month or so. Ooh, brother. I don't like heat, but I don't like coldness either. I need it to be like perfect. I'm entering my old lady phase, so it's just not. Yeah. Distance. Is it your height? Yes, we use Imperial. No. Is it a long distance? It's a long distance. We actually tell distance by time. You know, actually, this is not wrong. So if you ask me how far away is it from, let's say, where you live to Toronto, I would actually not tell you the mileage or the kilometers. I would tell you the time it takes to get there. Because in Canada, mileage and kilometers is not really a thing. We just do time. Like how long is it going to take you to drive there? That's what everyone cares about. If it's a short distance, is it related to work? No, we use metric. If it is yes, we use imperial. We use miles to go to work and kilometers to go to the store. I got it. I got to test this one out. I'm not sure about this bottom one down here, but I prefer cold. You can't escape from the heat. Absolutely, Leo. If I have to choose between being chilled versus sweating my ass off, I think I would go with chilling, and I would just layer things on. Now, Ben and Leo right now, though, are super freezing, so we have to pray for them, basically. Or we can all move and live with them temporarily. I hope you have space, Ben. Because it's fucking hot up here. And of course, you know, being a pavo, do I have air conditioning? The answer is no. No, I don't. I'm going to actually position my fan here a little bit more wisely. I hope that helps. If you guys can hear the fan going, I'm sorry. It's just... Sorry, not sorry. Personally, I would rather be cold as well, but sweating has its benefits of keeping water weight down. The thing about being a woman, Jonathan, is that I don't think that actually works the same for us. I don't think. Women are biologically programmed to keep their weight, sadly. Cold is much easier to deal with. I can just put on a jacket. Yeah. It looks like we're all in the cold club except for Ben. I'm sorry, Ben. It's not. This is not your club. Ben is not in an echo chamber. Oh, man. So what's everyone up to tonight? Today, we had a potluck at church. And then I went home and I slept because I was passing out. I chatted with a friend. It sounds really stupid, guys, but I bought an Xbox 360. Now, you guys might be thinking, why the fuck would you do that? But hear me out, okay? Hear me out. It was secondhand in good condition with a Kinect. And with it came 25 games. So this family was, I guess, getting rid of their stuff. I don't know. I live in a military town, so a lot of military families kind of come and go. But this person was selling a whole bunch of games with the Xbox 360. Wait 1 second. I don't remember them all. Wait 1 second. Okay, I'm back. I'm back. Karn has our Saudi gentleman has life-threatening heat in his country. Yeah, I think I would shrivel up and die. Leo is really enjoying Brotherhood. Yeah, that show is so solid. And it's also, like, if you watch it again, Leo, keep an eye out for, like, Jungian archetypes. It's really nutty. Okay, so what was in the stash that they gave me? Okay, so they have Need for Speed. Hot Pua suit? Pure suit? Hot Pursuit. Oh my lord, I can't even fucking read. It's so dark in here. Wait, 1 second. I couldn't even read the word pursuit. That's terrible. I should hang my head in shame. A shame it's not Underground 2. Okay. Let's see. I'm just, trying to order something here. Ugh. Not to get too gross with you guys, but, like, sweat is literally pouring off my body. I am not a happy camper right now. Okay, I need to stop bitching and moaning. All right, let's keep going. Gears of War 2. What does everyone think? Gears of War 2 was part of the package deal here. Okay. NHL 2K10. I did not buy this for that game. That would be silly. Silly me. I need to give it away, right? I need to give it away because, like, obviously. Deca Sports Freedom. So, there's that. Your Shape Fitness Evolved. With the Kinect. Can people see where this is going? Sonic Free Riders. Kinect Sports. The Biggest Loser Ultimate Workout. Yeah, this lady had an Xbox 360 game called The Biggest Loser Ultimate Workout, which goes with a Kinect. This is why I actually reached out to her on Facebook Marketplace, and I was like, excuse me. Kinect Adventures. Grand Theft Auto 4. What does chat think about Grand Theft Auto 4? Is it as good as 5, or is 5 the really good one? Maybe I should try it out. Madden. Don't think Madden was great. FIFA 13. I heard FIFA's kind of shitty. Fable 3. Oh my lord. Fable. I tried playing Fable and I got so stressed because I got married and then I had to take care of my partner and it just stressed me the fuck out. Kinect Animals. That's a no for me, but I could see some people, you know, enjoying that. Fight Night Round 4. Medal of Honor. This looks like some kind of a shooting game from EA. It says multiplayer developed by the creators of Battlefield. Wasn't Battlefield kind of shit? Anyway, maybe Medal of Honor is good. Don't know. Not trying to play that. Okay, guys, this is why I got this. So this lady was selling Just Dance 4, Dance Dance Revolution Universe 2. It was all part of the package deal. Zumba Fitness. That's right, Chico's gonna get fit. Michael Jackson The Experience. I don't know if I would want to dance as Michael Jackson The Experience, but it's a dancing one. I presume. Just Dance 3. Okay. Kinect Training. Dragon Age 2. Oh, okay. That's nice. Anyway, Dance Central and Dance Central 2. Now, you guys might be thinking, whatever the living fuck. So the thing is like, I want to get a little bit more fit. A little bit more fit. I'm not even fit. Let's be real here. I kind of want to get fit, but I don't like gyms. I hate gyms. I hate walking. And I know how I can get fit. So I got an Xbox again because the Xbox 360 Kinect had the best dancing games ever. Now, Leo, in his ignorance, just said the Kinect was a bad idea. Maybe for men, but if you were a woman who likes dancing, the Kinect was peak. So there's these 4 games called Dance Central 1, Dance Central 2, and they are out of this world, and they have a workout mode. So I intend to do some workouts with dance video games. I actually had gotten fitter in China through a combo of the dance video games and personal workout I created with my friend for myself. So this is going to be an era where I hope I can get a little bit more fit. Now, will I actually get fit? Let's all be real here, guys. I don't know. Do I even have time to be fit? That's another question. But I need to work it in there. So, yeah. Chieko Dance VR TikTok channel when? Could you imagine? Do one of those, you know, like those videos where you see the woman lounging in her bathing suit looking really overweight and then show like the change over time. Yeah. Anyway. Oh, was Medal of Honor fun? Maybe I should just give that away to somebody in my life who would enjoy it. I don't even know. I'm not sure. Look at them bounce is going to be the name of the channel. You no, brother. Nah. I have sports bras. The whole point is that they don't bounce because bouncing is pain and grossness. It's just gross. No girl in her right mind wants to bounce like that while exercising. Martin would probably like it. Oh, good point. Maybe I'll ask him if he wants it. I've been trying to get a good walk done every day, but some days are hard to do that. Oh, Miro, I feel you. I feel you so hard on that one. Is it really painful? Yes! Yes, Leo! Do you walk around with your balls out, just slapping your thighs? Do you think that's fun for you? That's how it's for us, but imagine your balls are massive and heavier. Men, I don't see why it's such a big deal. Also, men, get me my beautiful boxers right now, OMG! Imagine, if you will, okay? Just imagine your balls on your chest, but they're like 2 to 5 pounds each. Do you think that would feel comfortable? So for a girl like myself, who's quite big, it doesn't feel comfortable, and it can actually get painful. It can actually be painful. And so when we exercise, we have to wear sports bras. This is an odd hypothetical. It's the best hypothetical I can come up with in Racken. Does it work for you? But all that to say, for a while now, I've struggled with, having proper, undergarments. But Party gave me some hand-me-downs that kind of fit. So I will be using those while I'm exercising so that I won't be bouncing around everywhere, because it actually is painful and it gets in the way. It's very heavy and it gets in the way. The gym with an AC is a lifesaver in this weather. I can believe it in Rackham. Yeah, except for the part where I hate gyms. But yeah. I got a walk in this morning before it became unbearable. I did not. I was sleeping. But maybe I should have, Miro. I also hate walking. Like, I hate walking. I hate running in place. I hate repetitive activities. Like I really hate repetitive activities. And I'm starting to realize that I really hate them. Walking is nice. I walk 2 to 3 hours a day. Yeah, I can't handle that shit. Yeah, I can't handle that. Especially if I'm walking, let's say there's a McDonald's down my street, right? So I could tell myself I'm going to walk to the McDonald's, get a Diet Coke, and then walk back. I could maybe get myself into that. But yeah, nothing else will work. I'm constantly walking around at work. I count that as walking. Absolutely, Ben. Absolutely. If you're on your feet and you're moving around at work, like working in a bakery as you do get your steps in. You do get your steps in. Podcast and a treadmill is bearable. Maybe for you in Rackham. Like I said, I can't even explain it, but how can I explain it? I don't like repetitive activity. 19,554 steps the other day. Oh, my brother slid into chat. Hey, Anakin, how's it going? Anakin, do you have an Xbox 360? Just curious. Totally understandable as long as you find something you like doing. Yes. So in Rackham, what I did is, bizarrely enough, I know this is going to get a little bit weird, okay? But I am not someone who gains weight on her legs or arms. I gain weight in my middle. So I created a set of very simple exercises that target my core. And I start out really easy, really, really short with them. And then I slowly increase it over such an incremental long period of time. It would drive everyone here insane. But that's the only way for me to slowly ease into getting that rhythm or habit, because otherwise I will reject it. Like it's going to go out. It's going to go in the garbage bin along with like a lot of other things in my life. So I want to do that, but I also know that I like to do something interesting that involves my brain and not listening. So podcasts for me drive me insane, especially when it's hearing people talking. So do you remember, guys, how I said like I might be autistic? I might not be autistic. I might be schizoid. So I just I don't find it fun to listen to people ramble. I'm not into social interactions with people all that much. And so listening to people just going on a podcast would literally drive me insane. Now, if it was a book, it would also drive me insane, because then I can't coordinate my body while I'm listening to something that's drawing me in on a mental level. Like I'm unable to multitask. So I'm kind of fucked, really. So yeah. You got a line on Wondrous Tales? Ooh, congrats, Ben. No, not for a while? Okay. I'm the opposite. Don't you get hyper-focused from your non-diagnosed TISM? Once again, I might not have TISM, Leo. I might have, the other thing, the schizoid thing. Which would actually make more sense because I'm more creative. But, yeah. I get hyper-focused, but I don't get hyper-focused. How can I say this? So if I'm doing programming, I'm hyper focusing on programming. I'm not hyper focusing while listening to Asmongold talking. It's one thing or nothing at all. You could probably build up to multitasking. I think two things at the same time. You need to be building up to it. Yeah. Physically, let's just say it's very physically hard for me to control my physical body while listening to a book, someone reading a book. It would drive me insane. When I walk, I run my Final Fantasy XIV playlist. Oh, that sounds actually really nice, Miro. That sounds really relaxing. That's cool. Yeah. It's not just about multitasking. It's about managing my body while listening to someone reading a book. It doesn't do it for me. It could be schizoid brain people are usually prolific artists, like a writer who publishes a bunch. Stephen King is definitely one. Yeah, like yeah. There's some things on the schizoid checklist that like I can like hardcore check off. Okay, so good question, Jonathan. So chat might be wondering, okay, so Chieko wants to get rid of her stomach area, right? So what's she gonna do? So I'm gonna do 5 simple core building exercises that will take no more than 10 to 15 minutes. And then I will work up to the Dance Central workout. And you guys are probably rolling your eyes. I know. It's fine. It's fine. You guys, I shouldn't say that you guys are rolling your eyes. You guys may not be rolling your eyes. Here. I'll show you. So this is Dance Central. And you can see here, Dance Central is very different. It is Xbox 360 era, very old, but we're going to just fast forward it here for a second. Do you see how it shows your whole body? So it will get you down to your feet and your hands. So if you fuck your feet and your hands up, this isn't like your cheap ass just dance Switch game with the Joy-Cons, right? Like this is actual full body telemetry with the Kinect. And then you have to actually be moving according to that. Now, I'm going to be real, guys. Getting a flawless run for me was like almost impossible because I'm mentally slow with this. But anyway, so this is what this game would be like. I'll just play a little bit of it, okay? Yeah. I look horrible and hilarious when I do this, but yeah. Chieko struggles to go left, yeah. Okay, do you see this leg thing here? Okay, watch this leg thing here, okay? Where she does her arms and her leg, right? Watch this. This right here. Guys, do you know how long it took me to get that down when I was in China? Do you guys want to know how long it took me? It took me almost a month to get that move down because I couldn't move my fucking arm and the opposite leg at the same time. I was so bad, guys. It was you guys. I suck. But I loved it. So here it tells you, Love Warrior, you have to put your arm here and you have to put the opposing leg forward. I am so badly physically coordinated. My mom might be more coordinated than me. I was so bad, guys. But I did get there. I did get there at one point. Anyway, so this game that I'm showing you right now has a workout mode. Guys, that's how I actually went down to like a size 16, which I thought was pretty good for my height. So anyway, I want to do dance. And then guess what I found? Guys, guess what I found? Here, wait 1 second. Anakin, you might want to just turn your eyes away here. But I found like beginner belly dancing tutorials. That means Chieko didn't play enough video games to develop hand-eye coordination. Yeah, I was very bad. I still am very bad though, right? Like I still suck. Let's all be real. Like it takes me a long time to learn anything. So anyway.
Here, and I just want you to think about the elbow lifting through the arm.
Yeah.
Into a nice breathe.
So
4, hands on your head, switching hip, 2, 3.
So I might also be doing some belly dancing as well because it's more focused on your hips, your waistline, your core. Sean, hey. Hello, Sean. I don't think I've seen you around, but welcome. How did you find this channel? Guys, I am literally dripping right now. World War III is coming. Yeah, it could. It could. Unless there's been some news. Something. Oh, nothing new has happened. Okay. Yeah. I mean, it could happen, but anyway, what am I saying? So I'm going to use a combo, I think, of dancing, belly dancing, and 5 specific core things to trim myself down in terms of my waistline so that if and when World War III comes, I can run really fast. Anakin says, Haram. Okay. All right, over there. So anyhow, that's my thoughts. That's why I got a Kinect. Because even though a Kinect is really kind of sucky, like Leo said, like it didn't have much use for most games, it has one use that is very useful for Chieko. Yeah. Whatever you need to do, bro. It can be dancing, it can be yoga, as long as you're doing something. Thank you, Leo. Yeah, absolutely. I think for me, like, it's not just about being fit or like being trim or looking good. It's about feeling more energetic, I think, for me. I want my brain to not be foggy and stuff like that. So I need to do more shit. So I can't just feel like limp all the time. So run from the nuclear wave. Yeah, something like that. Although there's a high chance Canada could be just, you know, forgotten by accident in the rush. If we get engaged in World War III, we'll just be torn apart by Indian and Chinese people. That's what will happen to us. I agree. Lacking energy is the worst. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, the Kinect had problems with the coordination of its devices. Yeah. I used the Kinect only for one thing, and that was to dance so I could lose weight. And that was about it. So, yeah, pretty straightforward. And I recognize that maybe this feels like it came out of nowhere, but I just I was talking about it with Party, and I want to encourage her to feel like she has a partner, and it would also be good for me. Living in an irrelevant country has its advantages. Yeah, Argentina boy. Yeah. Some days, if I don't get proper rest, it can take like 12 hours for my body to finally get out of a groggy mode. See, I feel like that. I feel like that. I effed up. I effed up the other day, and I've been playing catch up since then. People think New Zealand is in Australia. I mean, would they be surprised, Ben, considering your accent? You're like catfishing people all over. Got me. Oh, yeah. Oh my gosh. Okay, so you guys are probably wondering what's happening. Okay, so here's the deal, okay? I have made a watch list. It's here. And some stuff, I went through everything. Some stuff I'm not going to watch because it's spoilery, and it will be spoiling certain things I haven't seen or haven't played, and I'd prefer to play it fresh. Yeah. The Australian accent is thicker though, right? I tried to watch Mr. In Between and couldn't understand a single GD thing they were saying. Oh, well, I mean, have you heard Ben? So our watching list was actually quite solid. We've gotten quite a bit done, but not a lot. Considering we've been together for like a year now, this is wild. And so anyhow, we're going to take a look at a couple. We're going to take a look at Work, which I think was a recommendation by Miro. So we're going to take a look at Work by Miro. Then we're going to take a look at Leo's video called Why Matriarchies Fail. And it's said by a woman who is doubtlessly, inflicted with some sort of internalized misogyny. And then we have Couch Co-op. Elden Ring actually changed gaming forever. So we have 3. Now, will we get through all of these 3? I don't know. I do not know. But before we begin, I'm just going to pause. I'm just going to let this music run for a little bit. And I'm going to go and grab my food, and then I will be back. BRB. Okay. I am back. And let's get started. I pulled my headphones off and there was like a pool of sweat around my ears. Guys, this is so gross. It is disgusting. So I will actually probably peace out around 11:30. Let's all be real here. Let's all be real. And I'm really sorry about that. I'll see about, I'm not sure what day of the week I might be free. But we can always try to meet up again another week. But let's watch some videos together and try to keep cool. And then, yeah, let's see what goes on here. All right. So we're going to be listening to Work, recommendation by Miro. Will we agree? Will we disagree? It says Work, Historia Civilis. So I'm going to guess that this is a definition of how work evolved. A definition of how work evolved. So I don't have much opinion on this, I'm going to be honest. So I'm not sure how hard Strummer is going to go with the React. But if anyone here in chat is thinking that some fact or factoid in this video is incorrect, we can all start screaming, boo, X to doubt, fake news, you know, oh yeah, thank you, Miro. Fake news and all of that in the stream, okay? So let's see how this goes. Okay, so it says, one of capitalism's most durable myths is that it has reduced human toil. Wait a minute. Did people actually say that capitalism was going to reduce human toil? Wow. Okay. I didn't think that was part of it, but who knew? Okay, let's keep going.
We work too much. This is a pretty recent phenomenon, and so this fact makes us unusual historically. It puts us out of step with our ancestors. It puts us out of step with nature. For reasons that will become obvious, anthropologists in the 20th century became very interested in the evolution of work, and so to answer some of their questions, they looked back to Stone Age societies. What they discovered surprised them. They found that while there were unique cultural variations all over the world, virtually all Stone Age people liked to work an average of 4 to 6 hours per day. They also found that most Stone Age people liked to work in bursts, with one fast day followed by one slow day, usually something like 8 hours of work, then 2 hours of work. 8, then 2. Fast, slow. Fast, slow. These anthropologists found another thing. Pre-capitalist and pre-industrial societies all had their own ways of measuring chunks of time. Some would measure by how long it took to accomplish a specific task, or cook a specific meal, or walk a specific distance. But the odd thing is that when you compare all of these little markers that were used by different cultures, they were all somewhere in the ballpark of 30 minutes. It seems that in a world without clocks, or phones, or sundials, measuring the day in 30-minute chunks just feels good and natural to humans. Very few societies ever felt the need to break the day into smaller chunks than that.
Wait a second. Yeah. It's called the Pomodoro technique. That's what we call the Pomodoro technique. How can one verify Stone Age groups worked specific hours? That's a good question, Racken. I don't know. I'm actually not really into Stone Age. I'm going to be frank. Like, not the Stone Age that people think existed. I have a very different view on human evolution, human development. I don't want to say I have a very different view, but I think work has always been a part of our society. But the further we've gotten away from certain things, the more people on the planet, you know, you're going to work. But I'm going to say that them coming right out and saying that we're working too hard is kind of, let's just say I know some people in Canada who aren't working enough, is in my opinion.
It's hard.
So I press X to doubt that we're all working as hard as we could work. I always get the feeling like I'm not doing enough. And people are like, oh, you're so hard on yourself. No, I know exactly when I'm skeeving off and not doing what I should do. So you can't come and tell me that I'm working too hard when I know I'm not one of that number. I work hard, but I don't know if I would say I work too hard. Like, I'm not like a coal miner. I'm not a construction worker. I'm not physically pushing myself. Mentally, there's a lot of strain because, once again, I have a personality thing, which makes teaching very difficult for me sometimes. But I feel like if I compare my work to some other jobs, it's very easy for me to question how hard am I actually working. I do work. I try to keep busy, but not all of it is work. A lot of it is like projects that may or may not actually pay, that may or may not actually pan out in the end and actually give me any financial advantage. So, and like I said, there are tons of people in Canada who are not working enough and who are leeching off the rest of society. For one reason or another. Some of it's legitimate, but some of it is not. So, yeah. What was their life expectancy? How many died in childbirth? I'm going to work tomorrow for 10 hours in over 40-degree weather. Well, that's also your work, not maybe following, regulations. That's probably something you'll have to negotiate yourself, Anakin. But yeah, I just feel like some of us are working very hard, but I think there's a chunk of us who are not working as hard as we could work. Got to pay the mortgage. That's fair. Men need work. Yeah, I mean, everyone needs to keep busy, wouldn't you say? Humans need to keep busy. And one of the things that they are talking about here is how are they defining work as well? That's another huge issue. Is like, for example, women, right? Do you consider housewife, like being a housewife, work? Do you consider being a housewife taking care of the kids work? I do. So in some ways, women never stop working. Got to eat those Twinkies. Oh, is that what you call it, Leo? Pareto distribution, 20% do 80%, something like that. Housemaking is work. Yeah, exactly. So like, I know some women who go to work and then come home and then have to, get their kids bathed, do the homework, make the meals, right? Even if they stay home, let's say they're not working moms, they stay home and they're homeschooling the kids or something, then like, so like for me, how could you hand wave away and say, well, they were only working 4 to 6 hours a day for the Stone Age people? What about the women who were back at the village keeping shit together? Were they only working 4 to 6 Hours of the day. Who was watching the kids? I don't know. I don't know. How are we defining work here?
To go much deeper than that from archaeological evidence alone. But there are other pre-capitalist and pre-industrial societies that we can look back to help us. There are excellent surviving records from medieval Europe that delve into this issue, so let's start there.
Okay, this is good. This is exciting. Medieval Europe.
For
Let's hear.
virtually all of human history, most work has been agricultural work. This was also true of medieval Europe. So when thinking about medieval workers, we shouldn't be thinking about cities. We should be thinking about workers in fields. For the first hour or so of the medieval workday, people would just trickle in at their own pace.
Why can't he be a bit more specific? Are we talking about men and women? Who's working in the fields? Is it the men, the women, or is it both? And I hope he covers it. I hope he covers like gender roles and work distribution, because that's also a whole other thing.
The employer was usually expected to provide some food to the workers. So for this time, people usually had a chat and a bite to eat, but otherwise did nothing. As you can imagine, convincing people to get up and start the work for the day was often quite difficult. Employers complained about it all the time. After a couple of hours in the field, there would usually be a mid-morning break that could range from 30 to 60 minutes, where workers would have another bite to eat. When the sun was high in the sky and the day was starting to get hot, work would stop again for an extended period of time, something like 2, maybe even 3 hours, depending on how hot it was that day. This period would begin with a larger midday meal that would be recognizable to us as lunch, and was followed up by, this is not a joke, nap time. In medieval Europe, siestas weren't just a Spanish thing, they were an everywhere thing. After returning to work, refreshed and rejuvenated, workers would intensify the pace of their work in an effort to finish everything up for the day. If they were done by the mid-afternoon, they could go home. If they weren't, they would break for another 30 to 60 minutes, with more food provided, before going back in for one last sprint. Most of the time, workers didn't have to stay much later than this, but if it was harvest season and people were working late, there would often be a larger break in the evening with a larger meal provided by the employer, but this was rare. Workers might be in the field for like 8 hours a day, but when you account for all of the breaks, they would only be working for 4 to 6 of those hours. During the busiest times of year, they might be in the fields for like 12 hours a day, but with the breaks, they would only be working for 7 to 9 of those hours. Notice the numbers we're playing with here. Stone Age peoples all over the world, and agricultural workers in medieval Europe, both liked to work 4 to 6 hours a day, even though each group had no knowledge or memory of each other. It seems that this is just a natural pattern that humans like.
Okay, wait a minute. I gotta rewind this. Sorry, everyone.
Hours a day, but when you account for all of the breaks, they would only be working for 4 to 6 of those hours. During the busiest times of year, they might be in the fields for like 12 hours a day, but with the breaks, they would only be working for 7 to 9 of those hours.
So, what we're saying here is 4 times 5, 4 times 6 days a week, 24 hours, 6 times 6 days a week, 36 hours. Is my math mathing? So 24 to 36 hours a week working in the field. We're not talking about whatever work that you have to do around the house or work relating to your food gathering stuff. I don't know. Like, what if your employers didn't give you food? I don't know. But let's just take it at face value and go with this.
Notice the numbers we're playing with here. Stone Age peoples all over the world, and agricultural workers in medieval Europe, both liked to work 4 to 6 hours a day, even though each group had no knowledge or memory of each other. It seems that this is just a natural pattern that humans like. Medieval workers would work longer during the harvest or during a crisis, but they didn't like to, and that's the point. Also notice the length of these breaks. Medieval workers measured the days in 30-minute chunks, just like their Stone Age ancestors. What else sticks out in the medieval workday? Notice.
Okay, so the peasants' revolt in 1381 was because of taxes. Had to do with taxes. That was in England. And that was over taxes. Peasant revolts in the Middle Ages. Causes. Socioeconomic. So yes, political tensions, high taxes. Okay, so we're still going into popular revolts. Okay, popular revolts. Crisis of the late Middle Ages. Peasant revolts. Central Europe and the Balkan region, rebellions expressed and helped cause a political and social disunity, paving the way for the expansion of the Ottoman Empire. Usually it was because the overlord was unpleasant. And the rest was downward pressures on the poor, resulting in mass movements. Most of the revolts expressed the desire of those below to share in the wealth, status, and well-being of those more fortunate. In the end, they were almost always defeated by the nobles. The main reasons cited for these mass uprisings are an increasing gap between the wealthy and the poor, declining incomes of the poor, rising inflation, taxation, the external crises of famine, plague, war, and religious conflict. So the work itself was not the issue. The work itself was fine. It was that they weren't getting paid appropriately for that work, and they were getting taxed and everything else on top of it. That video is sort of bad. Medieval people actually worked a lot more. It's always about taxes, even today. You say it's bad, but I just checked, and it is quoting some scholarly work down here. But I feel like we're listening to it borders on a kind of, okay, chat, am I crazy? But does this sound like it's a little bit like it's making the medieval life feel more natural and therefore ethical and morally better, and that capitalism is going to come along, like you watch. We're going to get into some capitalist stuff here, and capitalism is going to be all bad. Okay, but maybe they'll cover the revolts. Maybe they'll cover the revolts. Well, this is not this is Historia Civilis. I'm like, they look legit, but let's do one more. Okay, let's look at Encyclopedia Britannica. Let's look at peasant life in the Middle Ages. Let's see if I can pull up something from a reliable source, not... Well, we could maybe trust BBC. BBC is about as as progressive as you can get, right? Okay. They lived in villages, duh. They worked on the land. There were a range of jobs and trades, some quite similar to what people might have today. They had a hard life working all day on farms owned by nobles. By the 12th century, this was changing. So up until the 1100s, things were pretty bad. New towns developed, yada yada. Not healthy places. Crime was common. No sewage. People often shared their homes with their livestock. That I did learn in uni. None of these animals were house trained. Yeah. Villains were peasants who were legally tied to the land owned by a local lord. If they wanted to move or even get married, they needed the permission of the lord first. They had to give some of the food they grew every year to the lord. Villains worked on strips of land spread out in different fields across the village. Life could be hard. If crops failed to produce enough food, people faced starvation. Some peasants were called freemen. Okay, so here's the thing. All right, we can have this reality, and we can have the reality of what's in this thing. Because as much as farmers like to tell you that they're working hard, there is an aspect to farming where it's kind of like there's probably, I could imagine that there is some cases where like you would, remember at this point in time, there was no lighting. So you would have to stop working at a certain point because of lack of light, right? And so you could see how they weren't working like 12-hour stints like some people do in factories nowadays, right? Because we have the lighting and stuff to force people to work those 12 hours. On the other hand, though, we gain a lot more freedom in other aspects, which some people might argue don't actually exist. But anyway. It's the average YouTube historian video, which is poorly researched and bad. I don't know if it's poorly researched, Simp. I think you're hand-waving it away too much here. I don't know if it's entirely poorly researched. I'm not 100% certain about how... we need to let it continue playing and see where they go with this. But you can see here that they have... Oh, my lord... Oh my good giddy aunt. They're quoting something that came from a university I may or may not have attended. I don't like that university. I think that university is kind of shit. I wouldn't have quoted from there, but anyway, let's keep going. Let's keep going. Trouble with things like this is there's no way to remain competitive and work like this. All it takes is one hostile nation willing to be industrial and the natural way of life ends. Yeah. Okay, so I'm looking forward to seeing what their so what is. I'm looking forward to seeing it. I read the bad history, I think, is ignoring all the extra work peasants would do, like chopping wood, fixing the house. A lot of them need to give landlord unpaid free labor. See, Simp? Yes! That is my one concern. I do agree with you there. I think they've done some kind of research-ish, but and like they're talking about agricultural workers. What about the women, right? Like the women's work probably never ended from morning until night. So like I would assume that the women obviously were at some points resting and could take breaks, but do you know what I mean? Like I don't know. I just... Oh, this one's a tough one. Oh, anyway, let's keep going. Let's see where they take it.
How the workers were constantly eating. This was one of the perks of being a day laborer. Food was a worker's biggest expense, and so part of their compensation was that their employer would take care of the food for that day. It would be like if part of your compensation was that your boss paid your rent. It relieved a massive financial burden. One other thing to note was that work was generally understood to be a thing that happened during the day, and although there wasn't an exact science to this, a workday was broadly understood to be half of daylight hours. If there was an urgent need for people to literally work from sunrise to sunset, there was kind of a gentleman's agreement that this would count as 2 days of labor. What can we take away from all this? Work used to be a lot more informal and a lot more casual. Labor and leisure used to be intermingled. One was expected to relax and even nap on the job. Work was a part of a worker's life. Kicking back and passing the time wasn't just something workers did at home, it was equally something they did at work. Unless there was some sort of unusual crisis, workers were not expected to experience great stress while working. The week always began at a leisurely pace. Monday and Tuesday are
Okay, sorry, chat. The work was not supposed to be stressful. Okay, there are some legitimately stressful jobs out there, right? Right? Like, I don't know, mining for oil in an ocean on one of those oil rigs. Huge stress. You could die so easily, right? Military pilots could die at any moment. There's tons and tons of jobs that are high stress, but no one in their right fucking mind would say that it was supposed to be stressful. Stress is like the natural, you don't sign up to the job because you, that was stupid. That was a stupid comment. I don't know. Anyway, let's keep going. And by the way, I did check the whole lords feeding the peasants thing. There are other people who are saying that the lords did not feed their peasants unless it was on religious feasts. I knew about the religious feast feeding. Obviously, they weren't feeding the peasants the same shit that they were eating on their own table. And poaching, right, limited what a peasant could gain off the land as well, right? Like, because if you were caught poaching, you were basically dead. I'm not sure about this whole we're feeding. I'm trying to see if I can find who was feeding their stuff, and was it like a one-off, like how yeah, I don't know. I think because feudalism represents socialism, this guy's going to say it's better than capitalism. This is my prediction. Okay. All right. Let's see where this goes, though. Agriculture work is also really tough. I'm not sure sitting at a computer for 8 hours equals 8 hours of medieval agriculture, or even 4. Paid rent, like in factory towns. Remember that medieval Europe was largely feudal societal structure as well? Yeah, like, I don't know. Anyway, let's keep watching. Are
described as days with a holiday spirit. Employers write of their difficulty in getting people to even show up. Thursday and Friday are described as fast days. Mondays and Tuesdays were slow, Thursdays and Fridays were fast. An echo of the Stone Age pattern of working. Fast, slow. Fast, slow. Saturday was payday, and so it functioned as a hurry up and finish everything so that we can get the hell out of here day. It seems that under normal circumstances, Saturday was kind of a half day, although during busy seasons it could easily turn into another fast day, like Thursday and Friday. After the week's work was done and everybody got paid, workers got a full day off on Sunday. But by the 16th and 17th centuries, a new custom invented by workers disrupted this pattern. They called it Saint Monday. Saint Monday was kind of an unofficial holiday, where absenteeism was permitted and even expected on the first day of the work week. People were still flush with cash from last Saturday, and Monday was a slow day anyways, so it just organically became a thing that workers just didn't show up. Employers learned to tolerate it, and workers gleefully looked forward to it. Countless labor actions in early modern Europe can be traced back to
Karn, we discovered that they would have to give part of what they harvested to their lord. That was part of the taxes. And the reason why most people revolted was because the taxes were shitty. The nobles, however, were facing a crisis of declining income. Inflation had become rampant. And some nobles charged rent based on customary fixed rates. So as the price of goods and services rose from inflation, the income of those nobles remained stagnant, effectively dropping. To address this, nobles illegally raised rents, chilled, stole, and sometimes resorted to outright violence to maintain this lifestyle. So apparently, there were taxes. And the taxes were sometimes really not good. And if you had a bad year, right, because this is based off of nature, if you had a bad year, you were fucked. And we're talking still about male work here. I'm sure that there were some women working in the field. Like, I don't doubt that women were working in the field to a degree, right? But there is no mention of the work that goes into child rearing, no mention of the work that goes into any form of home care, no work that goes into cutting the wood, like Simp was saying, or getting other things. This is only about employer-employee relationship work. This is not talking about other work that's going on at home. So I think that's a little bit like they're picking and choosing what they're going to be calling work. Whereas, like, for example, today, in these days and ages where women are working, a lot more women are expected to come home and then be cleaning and cooking and taking care of the children after school. Whereas the men come home and are more likely to be allowed to sit around and do shit all. I'm not saying all of them do that. I'm saying it's more societally okay in Canada for that to happen. So eventually what this results in is female burnout. And the female burnout is real because the women are working two jobs, the housewife job and then the actual employment job. The men are only working one job. So if in the Discord we're talking about why are women opting out, it's because some smart women are looking sideways and realizing that very few men are actually willing to step up to the plate and come home and do the extra work required after they finish their real work. Men tend to, I'm not saying all men, I know some men who will pitch in, like my brothers are pretty good about it because they were raised by my parents to come home and take care of things with their wife after their day of work. But there was a whole culture about the man coming home. Like it went right up through the 80s and the 90s where the women would be essentially carrying two jobs and the man would only be doing one. There was no one system. You say that, Karn, but according to this video, this was everywhere. So we're not sure about this video. We're not sure. The peasants were flush with cash. Yeah, Ben. Yeah, my ancestors must have forgotten about that and somehow my ancestors couldn't gather enough wealth. We need to bring that back, like in Japan. Important to mention. So anyway, like it's different, of course, if your wife, obviously, it's different if your wife, for example, sends the kids to school and then stays home and cleans up and is cooking all day and is doing that, right? So there's three forms of housewifery. There's the modern form of housewifery. Here, I'll explain the three forms of housewifery if I can get my... Oh my Lord. What the ever living... Okay. 3 forms of women's labor. First one is, we'll call them the kept wives, ish. And these ones send kids to school, spend day cooking, cleaning, and socializing. In my opinion, this version is not really great, but that's just me. Number 2, we'll call these the homeschooling wives. So these ones are teaching the kids as well as spending the day cooking, cleaning, and sometimes there will be socializing, especially if they're taking their kids out for group activities and things like that. And so because they are with the kids and they're teaching the kids for, like, let's say 6 hours a day to 8 hours a day, this is literally like a job. And then we have the working wives. So these wives will work a 6 to 8 hour day and then return home to cook, clean, and maybe socialize. So the women here, this is I think right here, this is why I think women, when we were talking about why women are less likely to want to get married and have kids, it's because of this bullshit down here. And even ones with good husbands, like I know one couple, the husband is a really good man. He's a really nice guy, but some days he comes home and he's about as useful as a wet tissue. So she feels like she has to do all the housework and all of the, fixing things. Like sometimes she will actually end up fixing things in the house as well on her own. But once again, that's not always. Like, he's actually a pretty good guy and he does try to put out effort on occasions, but if he's not in a right headspace when he gets home, it's not going to happen. So anyway, what's interesting is that he notes here that St. Monday was begun by the laborers themselves. So let's see where this goes.
To some dumbass boss with something to prove, trying to crack down on their beloved St. Monday. This was the real origin of the 2-day weekend. It didn't come from government. It came from workers. They just did it themselves. And it came centuries before any legislature got around to making it official. But leaving aside St. Monday, it's striking how different the mentality of medieval workers was from the mentality of workers today. Or let's flip that around. It's striking how different our mentality is today from that of our ancestors, going back hundreds, even thousands of years. Here's one specific example of that difference. Whenever medieval workers could afford to stop working, they did. Medieval Europe was not a culture in which people saved a lot of money. This isn't because they were primitive or selfish or anything like that. There just wasn't that much for poor people to spend their money on. Food, housing, clothing, that was pretty much it. If a worker was all set in those 3 categories, there honestly wasn't that much else available to them. This led to a phenomenon in medieval Europe where, after all of a worker's basic needs were met, the more they earned, the less they worked. To put it another way, medieval workers liked to spend most of their discretionary income on leisure. This isn't such a strange phenomenon. If you survey people today and offer them a choice between more money and more time off, most people would take more time off. It's just that under our system, people are never offered that choice. Or when they try to exercise that choice for themselves, they are either professionally punished or fired. In medieval Europe, people could make that choice for themselves. And whenever possible, workers worked less. A lot less. There were 3 major holiday periods where workers routinely took a big chunk of time off: Easter, Midsummer, and Christmas. Or for the uninitiated, March or April, late June, and late December. I would note that of the 3, only the December holiday period made it into the modern era intact. Things really slowed down in the winter. Days were short, and the work was short. Because of this, a tradition evolved called winter wages, where workers were paid half a day's wage for half a day's work. We're talking about a 4-hour workday at the very most. If you add in all the breaks, this would be maybe 2 to 3 hours of actual work. Winter wages were usually done for the months of December and January, and during this time, people took as much time off as they could afford. Workers spent their extra time on indoor labor that might not generate a profit. Home repairs, building new furniture, patching up or making new clothing, these were jobs best saved for the slow winter months. When you total up the estimated number of days worked by medieval farm laborers, things become quite stark. Researchers have found that Spanish farm laborers did not work for 42% of days in a year.
Do we really want to start with Spain at this point? Do we really want to start with Spain? Okay, Spain, 42%. How's Spain doing nowadays? How is Spain doing nowadays?
France, the number was more like 49%.
Oh,
The
France.
English usually worked more, but this wasn't because they were naturally more industrious. It's because they were historically more exploited by their aristocracy. When there was a labor shortage in the 14th
They were the ones that had the peasant revolt. So,
century, English laborers immediately used their clout to create more time off for themselves. For a time, English workers enjoyed 51% of days free from work. The funny thing about these numbers, 42%, 49%, 51%, is that once again, they echo how people worked in Stone Age societies. Almost every other day off. Fast, slow, fast, slow. Labor historian E.P. Thompson describes this work pattern as a natural human rhythm and a common preference in people across different regions, different cultures, and different times. For a point of comparison, consider a modern worker working 5 days a week. In a calendar year, that worker has 28% of days off. Add in the 10 or so public holidays that most countries have, and that worker now has 31% of days off. Add in 2 weeks of vacation, and that worker now has 34% of days off. Assume instead that they get 6 weeks of vacation, and that worker has 39% of days off. In order for a modern worker to even begin to rival the amount of time off enjoyed by a medieval French farm laborer, that modern worker would need to be provided with 3.5 months of vacation per year, plus weekends, plus public holidays. Medieval workers were operating on a level so far beyond us that it's difficult to even dream that big. Up until the modern era, workers were paid by the day. The length of the workday could fluctuate throughout the year, but even during the busiest periods, workers might be in the fields for 12 hours at most. But as I've said, if you take into account all of the breaks...
Okay, guys. Guys, let's be real here, okay? Okay, so let's believe him, okay? Let's all open our minds. Okay? What about workers who have 0 vacation time? Yeah, that would be me, Miro. That would be me. E.P. Thompson was a Marxist while developing those theories, by the way. Yeah. Okay, so here's the thing, okay? Let's open our mind up. Oh, and by the way, I lived in China. But guys, I didn't live just in any part of China. I lived in Xi'an, which is in the middle of China. And how can I say this? that part of China was considered to be one of the kind of like farming rural areas. And they basically forced a whole bunch of people to go over there and work there, whether they liked it or not. Now, how are you going to get a whole bunch of people to leave, let's say, a larger city like Beijing, and go out and live in the farmland? How are you going to do that? Well, what you're going to do is you're going to make the farm life look and sound really idyllic. Now, I'm going to just go AFK for a second here. I'm going to go take a picture of something on my wall, and I'll share it in the Discord. Okay, wait 1 second. I'm going to go like this. I'm going to go like this. Hello, Epic. I shall be back. BRB. Okay. My wellness is ascendant. Hey, Epic, how's it going? It's very warm here. I'm sweating into my headphones. I'm sweating into my chair. I'm sweating into my clothing. Miro is sweating. And Racken is sweating. Jonathan is sweating. Everyone is sweating. Probably Herman is sweating. But Leo and Ben are freezing. So our hearts go out to them. Okay, so if you guys go to the Discord to IRL photos, you can take a little look. These are 3 pieces of art I actually was finally able to put up on my wall in my living room. And these are woodcut prints created by artists who were, for lack of a better term, let's say, gently voluntold to go and work in the area of Xi'an to glamorize farm life. And so the woodcut prints that I bought were made by one of the sons of those artists who propagandized farm life, because the Marxist communist regime of Mao Zedong needed to get people to believe that going back to the fields was where you wanted to be. Yeah. You have 2 ACs in your room? What the lad? Okay. All right. Well, I have 0. All right. Okay, let's keep
and
going.
Meal times and nap times, that might translate into 8 hours of actual work. And that was on the busy end of the spectrum. At other times, a shortened workday would often lead to less than 4 hours of actual work. That all began to change with the proliferation of mechanical clocks. Cities and towns began building clock towers in their town squares in the late 14th and early 15th centuries. And before too long, churches, and yes, even some private businesses, were inspired to have mechanical clocks of their own.
Scary music.
Arguably, the most important clock ever built was installed at the Amsterdam Stock Exchange in 1611. The Netherlands were at the epicenter of this new capitalism fad that was sweeping Europe, and their shiny new stock exchange reflected that. Local Dutch governments tried to curb the capitalist fervor taking over their country by restricting stock trading to certain times of day, 2 hours in the summer and 30 minutes in the winter. Wait a second, see that? Even as late as 1611, Dutch stock traders had their own version of winter wages. It didn't even necessarily make sense for their job. It was just in the culture that that's what people did in the winter. Anyways, the Dutch wanted to issue hefty fines to any traders who violated these restrictions, so the stock exchange commissioned a giant state-of-the-art clock. This idea quickly proliferated to every stock exchange in Europe, and with this, the clock escaped the public realm of town squares and entered the private realm of business. All of a sudden, capitalists wanted to prove how much of a capitalist they were by having their place of business install a mechanical clock, just like their local stock exchange. Clock mania had begun. Textile mills were the first businesses utterly transformed by the clock. I'm
not surprised about this. I'm not surprised if there was a clock mania. And you know why? Because almost everything that has the appearance of making things convenient or making order or making things more organized, it's going to catch on. Same thing with like the wheel and the axle and the lever. Like almost all major, like light bulbs, right? Nobody turned their nose up at a light bulb and thought, oh, no, right? I think as soon as something has the appearance of being helpful, people cotton onto it. And the reason is that as much as this bro would love to believe, he would love to believe that this manifestation of capitalism is the clock. This is actually a slap in the face to ancient structures of very ancient calendars where people were actually quite particular with their time telling. And I think this is where I could go down the Graham Hancock kind of what's his name? Carlson, Randall, whatever, Randall Carlson kind of, rabbit hole. But essentially to suggest that somehow keeping time was a capitalist structure is actually a form of propaganda that has become really popular. And so then when archaeologists are like, oh, by the way, the Mayans have a calendar. Oh, by the way, the Koreans and the Japanese had a very ancient calendar where they were able to like break down dates and times quite narrowly. I think like even people were using certain kinds of candles to tell time, and there were bells. Before the clock, there was a fucking bell. People would go by the ringing of bells. So you can't like Romans had a sundial. Like there's this kind of weird rhetoric around the clock, as though previous to the invention of the clock, humans were just wibble wobbling around and just doing whatever. Like this is the insanest bullshit I've ever heard. Like I've heard this before, by the way, at university. This is a common cultural Marxist kind of rhetoric that can surround the concept of timekeeping. There's this kind of notion that we perfected timekeeping, and we certainly did But there are indications in ancient structures that suggest that the ancients were timekeeping about as much as we were. In fact, if I recall correctly, we forgot about precession of the equinox for a little bit, and then we rediscovered it. When did we rediscover it? When did we rediscover it? Yeah, the Greeks, I think, rediscovered it. And the Babylonians, Kidinu. But there is a suggestion among some very ancient structures that it was actually discovered a long period before then. And it wasn't verified, I believe, until like somewhere in the 18 or 1900s. So all of this to say, the ancient people absolutely knew about precession. And so to me, this whole nonsense about this clock, like it's a little bit, you know, it's a little bit extreme, but we're going to keep going. We're going to keep going with it because it makes sense that people would cotton onto clocks and use it. Particularly, we know that the Victorians, for example, the Georgian to the Victorian period with the Industrial Revolution was a genuine time of human exploitation. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about that. It was really gross. There was child labor. There was all sorts of nonsense going on during the Victorian period.
Brain genius had the idea to connect the mechanical clock to a bell, which would signal the beginning and the end of the workday. This was a profound cultural shift, and workers really struggled to make sense of it. Understandably, under the old system, and by the old system I mean the way that people had been working for all of human history, workers were hired by the day and measured the day in 30-minute chunks. They began and ended their workday accordingly, within a broad 30-minute window. Now, workers were hired by the hour and measured the day in 60-second chunks. This was new, and it was confusing. Many workers responded to the workday bell by doing the most logical thing under the circumstances. They just ignored it. It had never mattered before at precisely what minute one began or ended their work, so why should it matter now? But the capitalists cared. In fact, they would develop an unhealthy obsession with the clock. Before too long, the capitalists were able to convince city governments to get involved, who began issuing fines to workers who were late for the workday bell. Let me say this again. If a worker who worked for a private business was 1 minute late for work, the local government would fine them as much as an entire day's pay. This kind of thing had never been done before. It had never been part of the unwritten contract between bosses and workers. The capitalists just invented this new rule out of whole cloth, and they did it by joining hands with local governments across Europe. Industrial capitalism and the heavy hand of government, friends since the very beginning. The owners of the textile mills wanted to change the culture of work, and they did. But they did it by basically beating their workers into submission. As capitalism and later industrialization swept across Europe, it brought with it an oppressive, even authoritarian relationship between workers and owners. Shortly after the introduction of the clock, the capitalist class killed the customary afternoon nap that had been part of the workday for as long as people could remember. Absolutely tragic. They also stopped providing food to the workers, which dumped an extra financial burden onto the working class. Mealtimes, which up until now had been long and informal and subsidized by the employer, were shortened and regulated down to the minute. The entire workday was just squeezed and squeezed until all of the air and all of the culture and all of the joy was taken out of it. But soon, even having a maximally productive workday wasn't enough. Workers quickly figured out that they could not trust the company clock. Many bosses liked to fiddle with the time so that the workday started a little bit too early and ended a little bit too late. One trick that bosses liked to pull with early company clocks was to rig them to the production line so that if there was any sort of technological problem, as there often was, then the clock would stop. Later generations of company clocks had mechanisms built into them that caused them to periodically pause during the workday, accumulating minutes, only to suddenly jump forward to the real time during breaks. It's funny, because the capitalists were the ones that invented this idea that the clock must reign supreme. They were the ones who had the government fine people if they were 1 minute late for work. They were the ones who unilaterally imposed this new social contract on workers, and then they were the ones to immediately break this new social contract. Why? No reason, really, just for a few extra bucks. Like I said, workers caught on pretty quickly, but when workers talked with other workers about how the company clock was inaccurate, it became standard practice within the textile industry to fire them on the spot. Fast forward 200 years. When pocket watches became common, workers did the sensible thing and brought them to work. Why wouldn't they? The capitalists had established long ago that being even 1 minute late for work was a mortal sin. Surely pocket watches would enable workers to be supernaturally punctual. This was exactly what the bosses wanted, right? But that's not how it went. For the first time ever, workers with pocket watches had physical proof that their bosses were tampering with the clocks. This practice was so egregious and so morally wrong that it became a political scandal, particularly in Britain, with genuine calls for regulation and reform. The capitalists responded to this scandal by, well, what do you think they did? Imagine, you own a factory, you find out your middle managers are messing with the company clock. Word gets out, there are angry newspaper columns, there are debates in parliament, there's the threat of legislation coming down on your head, there is a full-blown political scandal. What do? If you said, ban pocket watches from factories, search workers before they enter the building, and fire anybody who complains about it, then congratulations, you're a fascist. And yeah, that's exactly what the capitalists did. By now, it should be clear that the mechanical clock was a tool used by the industrialists to subjugate and exploit their workers. It was never about productivity or efficiency, because they proved over hundreds of years that they would rather fire a productive worker than run an accurate company clock. That was where their priorities were. It was never really about profits, was it? It was about power. 20th century Canadian socialist George Woodcock, who wrote at length,
Okay, guys. I have no doubt in my mind that there was fuckery before certain labor laws were put into motion. There's no doubt in my mind. Of course, I'm not a historian, so you will need to take this with a grain of salt. And I actually have very little interest in modern history. Okay. But I, as a literature person who has read a lot of Charles Dickens specifically, I definitely think that there was a lot of human exploitation, and the clock probably played a part in it. But clocks themselves, to conflate the concept of the clock in with capitalism, to me, is a little wild. Because there are ancient Chinese, ancient Middle Eastern / like Northern African automatons and clocks that were made thousands of years. One of the first 12-hour clocks that was created by, was it Archimedes or some kind of Greek guy. I'm telling you guys, there was a whole world of fairly specific clocks that were either working on water, sand, the sun. Of course, sundials couldn't always work because of the, weather conditions. So there was also candles that were created a certain way. People were measuring time and using handbells to mark those times long before the capitalists came along in the 1800s with a clock. Now, when it started like proliferating to such a degree, and when you had large amounts of employers messing with clocks in order to exploit the workers, I would not be surprised if that was 100% true. I would not be surprised. But I just don't like this idea where he's conflating the clock with a specific progressivism, as if clocks never existed beforehand, and as if humans were never interested in the division of time before. I just don't like that rhetoric. It's weird. You can still make your point and say, hey, people use the clock to be exploitative. Absolutely. But he is as far as I can tell, okay? As far as I can tell, his argument is Stone Age and pre-medieval, or medieval, let's say medieval, equals better for us / more natural. No clocks. And then post-medieval, bad for us, less natural, lots of clocks. It's just, I just feel like we can see a correlation of how clocks were abused in order to push a certain industrial agenda, but I just don't like how he's communicating it. I just think it's a little extra. I don't like the clock. And you know why I also don't like it? And why I'm pushing against this? Because he keeps having the sound of the tick-tock. So the clock to him is a massive hinge, a massive point to his argument. And I just think it's hand-waving away the fact that there were ways to tell time beforehand, and there were still, to a degree, whether or not you were going by the minute or by the hour, there were points in time, even as a farmer, where you still were cognizant of the sun passing overhead and you would have to work fast. He said so in his own video. So whether or not you have a clock that's counting down to the minute, or whether you have a generalized clock saying, hello, you got to get all your work done today, people are still going to be working at some point. Now, his fast, slow thing does have me thinking about some other stuff. So, for example, I do think it is a mistake for our culture to have a singular 2 months for holiday in the middle of the year. I think that's a bit of a mistake. I think the holidays should be spread out throughout the educational year, and that could allow students and workers to have more breaks throughout the year instead of just hoping that you can get your break in the middle of the year. So I do think like we might be wrong-headed about how we're organizing our calendar for the year in terms of labor versus working, for sure. And of course, I would also push for like a reasonable increase of free time to, be less stressed, reduce crunch culture. Absolutely. But my only issue with it is like, it's easy to talk about this if we're talking about, let's say, on paper, like we're talking about like a car being made, or in this case, clothing being made. It's less easy to talk about it when we're talking about someone needing medical treatment right away. Or, for example, I need to get a car because my car broke down today. And I think this is where on paper it sounds great, but I just wonder on a practical level how that would actually work. He's not making a point. He's pushing there. It just feels kind of obvious where he's going, but maybe he'll surprise me. What's my favorite Dickens book? Christmas Carol, Oliver Twist, Little Dorrit, Our Mutual Friend, The Murder of Edwin Drood, maybe. I'm confused. If the government isn't on this, why would there be a scandal? I guess someone leaked what was going on. His mom didn't buy him the clock he wanted as a kid. I think he means mass-produced clocks. Yeah, I think so too, Simp. It's just, it's not about the clocks being mass-produced. My issue with this rhetoric is that he is equating the concept of measuring time with a modern function, when measuring time has never been solely a modern function. This guy's a leftist. That's why he's using leftist sources. But these points were also made by the right. Yes. Yeah. The clock's prime function was to navigate oceans. It wasn't for capitalism. People needed a clock, a compass, and a speed to figure out where they were on the ocean. This is pretty well known. Shh! Herman! Shh! 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 Shh. Schools have 4 terms, 10 weeks, then 2 weeks off. Repeat 6 weeks off over Christmas. Yeah, something like that. The summer break, at least in the US, was so that the kids could work on the farm and help in the harvest. Yeah, we don't need that anymore. We need to shift back. He's not talking about the invention of clocks when they were first used. He's talking about the punch-in system and how important their use have become by even the average worker. Yeah, once again, how can I say this? My issue isn't with some of the statements he's making, right? There are just facts that he is saying is absolutely correct. But what he is arguing is that the punch-in clock system, which, by the way, is only used in factory work in Canada, large swaths of Canadians these days are more salaried. And even if you work at a Tim Hortons you're not punching in necessarily, although some fast food joints will have like a sign-in sheet or like a general. But generally speaking, I'm not questioning the veracity. Okay, let's be clear here. I'm not questioning the veracity of the exploitation of the workers. I'm not questioning the veracity of the embrace of clocks, because that much is obvious. Mechanical clocks, once they proliferated through Europe, were widely embraced. And I'm not questioning the impact that the punch-in type minute-based society had on certain conceptions of work. You still have to come in at 8 and leave at 4 or something. Yeah. I haven't had to punch in for decades now. I don't punch in for work either. But I don't think that's the point either. I don't think Karn is trying to focus in on whether you're punching in or not, right? Whether you're salaried or not. Although I will say that salary kind of goes against what this guy is saying, because salaried workers, Party would tell you, basically work when they want. They have flex hours usually. So it's kind of more like do what you can by a certain deadline, and how you manage that deadline is up to you. So some people like to work slow and steady. Some people like to work in long bursts. It's up to them, usually, if salaried workers will work like that. We had school till noon every day, or earlier if we were done earlier of the year, except Saturdays and Sundays in our house. Yeah. Clock in, similar to contracting. Yeah, I don't doubt the facts, I'm not... I think his spin is a little odd, but let's see where he goes with this. We're taking it all the way to the end. We're now looking at a Canadian called George Woodcock, who I've never heard about. Woodcock. That's an interesting name. Let's keep going.
About what he called the tyranny of the clock, wrote the following. And because without some means of exact timekeeping, industrial capitalism could never have developed and could not continue to exploit their workers, the clock represents an element of mechanical tyranny in the lives of modern men, more potent than any other exploiter or any other machine. All of the trends that began with the mechanical clock kicked into overdrive with the widespread adoption of artificial lighting. This is what finally killed winter wages. Now, there was no need to take it easy when the days were short. With artificial lighting, capitalists started treating every season like it was harvest season.
See, if you had asked me, when do you think crazy work happened? Okay. I would say when the light bulb kicked in. Because calendars and clocks and varying bell systems and candle systems and sundial systems always existed to manage some form of human behavior at work. However, strictly or not it still was used to manage human behavior. Or in the case of Herman pointing out, it was helpful for navigational stuff and all of that. But I think true light bulbs, the kind that could go on and could shine really brightly and not have to be lit, no fire hazards, that's, I think, when things went bonkers. If we're going to talk about work going nutty and Japanese people taking garlic shots because they're so stressed out because they need to make it in their rat race of a society, then, absolutely. Yeah. I would blame it more on the light bulb than the clock, but that's just me.
That's how factory workers got stuck working 12, 14, 16-hour shifts, not just during the busy season, but all year long. That familiar feeling where you leave work in the winter and it's already dark out, that wasn't a thing until like 1802. That was a thing that was invented by industrial capitalists in order to maximize productivity. The industrial capitalists did not stop with the tyranny of the mechanical clock, and they did not stop with the 12, 14, or even 16-hour workday. In time, they expanded their reign of terror to target public holidays. Within a matter of decades, public holidays that had existed for hundreds of years were systematically suppressed in favor of more work. We talked earlier about the late medieval period, when workers were able to live lives where they had 42%, 49%, 51% of days off. Only 200 or 300 years later, workers had to learn to survive with only 15% of days off. The industrial
I believe that. I do think it did get that bad. Absolutely. The Victorians were insane, and they clothed it with all of this self-righteous nonsense, which was insanity. An empire run by a woman became the craze. Although it wasn't just Queen Victoria, surely. It was probably like her dad and everything before her, probably. Like, it wasn't probably just Queen Victoria and her statesmen who, like, we are not going to forget her statesmen as well. Like, I'm sure that there was, like, a lead up into the 1800s with, like, King George and all of that bullshit. But yeah, the Victorian period, I wouldn't be surprised if things were really, really bad. Just because there was no worker protection and yeah, like things would be pretty ridiculous. No, Victorian age was Parliament rule. Oh, good point. Oh my Lord, Leo. So Leo wrote, when the light bulb kicked in, slavery was already abolished all over the Western world. Just an observation, not saying anything weird with this. So that's actually another thing we could think about, would be about what labor was handled by slaves previously, and what slave work would have looked like in the ancient world. How often were slaves working? Would slaves... I'm sure some slaves had great lives and weren't overworked, right? But yeah, so I feel like he's just talking about men at this point. So like, but the Victorian age exploited women and children. But now I kind of want to know... Okay, so according to Mount Vernon University, enslaved toiled for around 8 hours each day, while in the summer the workday might have been as long as 14 hours. How many breaks do you think they were giving slave workers? Slave labor worked 10 or more, according to digitalhistory.edu. Most slave labor was used in planting, cultivating, harvesting cotton. So this is obviously American. On a typical plantation, slaves worked 10 or more hours a day, 6 days a week, with only the Sabbath off. At planting or harvesting time, planters required slaves to stay in the fields 15 or 16 hours a day. Okay, so this is the but that's 1850s. When was abolishment? Happened in America. Slave abolition America. 1865. Wow, that was late. Okay, well, it's later than Canada anyway. Yeah, we were like 30 years ahead. 1834. So slave, let's say slave work hours. Work hours. Had to go to Wikipedia for this. Oh my lord, the Ottoman Empire still had slaves in like the early 1900s. Wow. Gotta love the Ottoman Empire. They get away with a lot. They get away with a lot. Let's see. Is there any information about how like how they worked, how much they worked? Yeah, I just think the Ottoman Turk Empire was so gross. It makes my skin crawl. There are a few things in life where I'm like, that's just an absolute no for me. And I think that would be the Ottoman Turk Empire. But anyway, let's keep going. Sexual slavery. Oh no. Oh, there were also sexual sodomites that were hidden. They were called beloveds hammam. And they were basically cross-dressing young slave boy, sometimes used for homosexual purposes. So they were pedos as well. It's great. Pimps and pedos. Ugh, my skin is crawling. Somebody try to find out how many hours a day did a slave in the Ottoman Turk Empire work. See if anyone can find out for me. But apparently in America, they were working potentially 15 to 16 hours a day, and that was in the 1850s. They were using clocks, probably. In medieval Europe. How many hours was a typical... Do we trust in Reddit? Ask historians? I don't know. So according to this one, there was burst labor and then there was like clocked labor. So in Japan, for example, like in Europe, they had what they would call burst labor. So there would be seasons of the year where they would work 100 hours a week. And then there would be seasons where there was low level. And someone else said it was difficult to answer because the distinction between work for your job and work for yourself couldn't be separated easily like they can now. But that's from Reddit. Standard workday is 8 hours. 6 to 8 in winter. 10 or more hours a day. Most Ottoman slaves were army soldiers. Not according to this. I need to get a wife so she can do housework. It's hard to scam women into doing that now. No, they exist out there. You just need to know where to look for them, simp. They exist. Yeah. Like if I wasn't averse to most men, I would absolutely be a housewife and I would remain home and I would cook and clean for my husband. And I would probably homeschool. So when he got home, he would also have to cook and clean with me. It's when you have kids, that's where things get a little wonky. The 1860s. What's this about slaves having good lives? Oh, we don't even. We're being told right now that the invention of the clock, the modern clock, we should say, led to let's say the hyper expansion of the capitalist regime. And before then, people were not overworked. And there's a lot of talk about medieval Europe, which I will say medieval Europe actually didn't have as much slaves as people like to think they did, because they had serfs, right? They had serfs. There wasn't like large amounts of people roving around grabbing people. If anyone was grabbing people in the medieval period, it was probably, no offense to Karn, it was probably a lot of the Muslims grabbing white people, unfortunately, or black people, apparently. They were enslaving Africans for a long time. A long, long time. And the Ottoman Turk Empire actually had slavery up into the early 1900s. So Europe was not, America was not the last to have abolition. But yeah. 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 So his argument is that with the coming of the clock, more people were on a timer, and capitalism then made everyone's life terrible, essentially, as far as I can tell. And that if we all abolished clocks and light bulbs and returned to the Stone Age, we might potentially have a better time. I'm not sure. I just think that it's not accounting for slaves. It's not accounting for women. It's not accounting for housework or work related to taking care of the children. So I just saying, yeah. I don't get how farmers do it, as I'm tired just working 8 hours on a computer. Simp, once again, I don't dispute his suggestion that farm work isn't as... that farmers probably have ways of managing their bodies and their work very much more than we expect. I don't doubt that. But my only concern, my only hesitation is making the past such an idyllic thing, without really thinking about what was really involved back then and what factors allowed for that to persist. So yeah. Good night, Simp. Don't overdo it at your computer. Saudi Arabia, booze. Yes, there was a lot of beer. That's probably in conditioning. Saudi Arabia abolished slavery in 1960. Yeah, there you go. Yay, Saudi Arabia. Slow clap. They died young and in pain. That's how they did it. The same with a peasant. A slave is not the same across time and culture. You say that, Karn. You say that, but what the Ottoman Turks did with certain people was gross and disgusting, and you will never argue me out of that. My skin literally crawls whenever the Ottoman Turks are mentioned. Yeah. I think also my issue with the Ottoman Turk Empire is a lot of people shit on the British Empire. They have no conception of what horrible shit the Ottoman Turks came up with, and they lasted longer than the British Empire. I just think the optics around the Ottoman Turks in my head are like the Austrians. When you think Nazi, you think German. You don't think Austria. I mean, like some people might who are educated, but like most people don't. The British Empire ended slavery. They kind of did. Yeah. A Christian, specifically, a bunch of Christians in England pushed for it really hard. Americans sort of have it too good. They complain, but they're making 5 times the amount of money for programming compared to the UK. What the fuck? Trying to say you're scamming them is a good start. Greek slaves for the Romans, for example, were more wealthy than the average Roman. Depends on the size of the farm too. Yes. Yeah, Shay. Absolutely. Your body gets used to the type of activity you do. If you sit at the computer for 8 hours a day, your body adjusts to that. If you do 8 hours of farm work, your body adjusts to that lifestyle. I think so. And I think there's a way that they do manage it if you're a healthy farmer. I'm pretty sure. So once again, I'm not 100% disagreeing with this. I wouldn't doubt that humans have had a healthier relationship with work and the natural world previous to what we have today. I just don't like how they aren't dealing with certain other things. And this is very focused on, dare I say, male-centric work. And it doesn't talk anything about the home, which is so typical male brain. Because of course they don't think about the home. Their whole premise is about us working outside of the home. And so then you have these men who talk about work as being only outside the home when there's a whole bunch of other kind of work inside the home, which isn't even paid. So this speaks to a certain level of lopsided. It's more focused on capitalism bad. It is. Yeah. And once again, I don't actually think capitalism is great either. I don't think it's a perfect system. I just think it's a sight lot better than some of the alternatives I've seen. But I don't think it's much better. Like, it still is crushing and not helpful. I feel like the Ottomans are just given a free pass because they weren't Christian Europeans, but they spent a lot of time being aggressive, and I guess vile would be vile. Yeah, and Rakan. Yeah, the Ottoman Turk Empire was vile. What they did to children and stuff, it's just vile. Vile. Yeah, I like that word for the Ottoman Turks. U.S. developers make a ton of money compared to the European counterparts. Wouldn't be surprised. And it's really crazy because I don't even know if the U.S. developers are even better than the Europeans. But maybe it's also like a work culture, right? It might be work culture. It would be interesting to see how do Canadian developers negotiate their pay versus, let's say, American game developer average salary per month. 2025 game developer salary in the US is $115,000. But with some compensation, it can go up to $120,000. Max $214K. Minimum $4K. So the median is $115K. So $115,000, $120,000 for the US. Okay, so then let's do UK. £39,000 per year. Okay, so Google pounds to US dollars. 39, let's make it 40,000. Oh yeah, there's a difference here. So USA is 120K and UK seems to be around, let's say, 50K. Okay. Let's do Canadian. According to /GameDev on Reddit, Canadian devs start out at 50 to 80K, and they can work up to about 90K. So they're in between. Canada will be 50K to 80K. Let's do a couple more. Let's do European. 65K per year. Okay. Minimum base salary of 53, maximum 77K. So I don't know how real that is, though. We gotta take this all with a grain of salt. Let's do a couple more. New Zealand. Average salary of 65. Okay, so New Zealand is up here. 65K. I don't know what the UK is doing. I can't tell you. I can't tell you. I can't tell you about what's going on in there. The UK, something's wrong with the UK. US developers make a ton of money compared to the European counterparts. Everyone hates the Crusades and when asked why the Battle of Vienna took place and the Winged Hussars had to arrive. And then the Winged Hussars arrive. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Yeah, that's one of my favorite ones. I actually legitimately love that story when the Polish came in and killed all of those people that aggressively immigrated to that. Yeah. Yes, I switched them. Yeah. Yeah, I switched the currency. Yeah. It seems like most people are being paid in this bracket somewhere between 50 and 80 US dollars a year. And then UK is trailing at 50 US dollars a year. Now, I could be wrong about Canada. I'll triple check Canada, okay? Because it might be a bit lower. Also remember our Canadian dollar is like kind of shit right now. So that's also that. But okay, so this was actually in Canadian. So thank you,
Capitalists
Mira.
would have taken more if they could.
Okay, wait one sec. So this was actually in Canadian, I think. It's hard to tell. I'm looking at... Yeah, so Ubisoft is paying 53K to 85K per year. I'm going to guess that must be... has 3... On Glassdoor, Ubisoft has a 3.6 rating. Okay, so 53K, that's not a lot in US dollars. Okay, so actually... let's put that down here. So this is Ubisoft, for example. So it depends on where you're at, what you're doing, how new you are in Canada. Canada is a meritocracy, I guess. They really do pay you by experience. Are the Rohirrim based on the Winged Hussars? Slightly. They're more based on Anglo-Saxons, but yes. My microwave has a clock on it. I'm pretty sure it's oppressing me. They basically take $3.5 home. Yeah. Yeah. So I could be wrong about these. I'd have to go back and check. But it does seem like so let's take out these numbers because we're not sure. But it does seem like the UK thinks it's bad, but clearly Canada could be worse. But once again, it might have to do more with your experience. If you're really experienced, then you'll get paid well. So to simp, I'm sorry to say this, but boo-hoo, Canada's in the same boat as you. It literally might be an issue of culture, socioeconomic culture around this particular industry. Because honestly, Canada follows a lot of European trends because we're stupid. And also our currency is just horrible. So yeah. Anyway, let's keep watching this. Let's find out more. Let's see where he's going to take this.
Could, but the church mounted a defense of Sunday as a day off, mostly. At the end of it all, the lives of workers had been completely transformed. English workers in the 19th century were working 80% more than English workers in the 17th century. The country had never been richer, but you would never know it by looking at the workers. Over the century leading up to this, the British GDP had grown by 50%. But over the same period, worker pay was not just stagnant, but in decline. They were doing almost double the work for less pay. And the transformation wasn't just in the number of hours worked. Owners and bosses used their leverage to force their workers to live in a tiny authoritarian world run by capitalists. This shift in the culture of work has always been fascinating to me, and so I tried to look back to where it first began. When and why did we shift from the more casual and laid-back work culture that came out of medieval Europe to the more totalizing and authoritarian and inhuman work culture that came out of the Industrial Revolution? I think I've figured out where things started to shift, and I think I've got it pinned down to the exact year. 1664. In 1664, some absolutely psychotic capitalist named Richard Palmer, cursed be his name, paid the church in the town of Wokingham, England, to ring their bell at precisely 4 o'clock every morning and at precisely 8 o'clock every evening. He did this because he was still seeing the cultural evidence of winter wages, where workers woke up later during the slow winter months and worked half as hard as they normally did. As a capitalist, this drove Palmer crazy. He felt that it was deeply important for workers to be up 4 hours before sunrise every day, even if they didn't really have any work to do. If they didn't want to wake up on their own, he would do it for them. So he had the church bell ring at 4 o'clock every morning, 4 hours before sunrise. He also felt that it was his job to tell people when to go to bed, so he had the church bell ring at 8 o'clock every evening. Also, shout out to this church for straight up abandoning their religious mission and surrendering to this capitalist weirdo. Way to go, guys. I hope the money was worth it. According to Richard Palmer and this new breed of 17th century capitalist coming up with him, private time was an outdated concept. This new generation of capitalists wanted a say in how workers were spending their hours at home. They even wanted a say in what time they went to bed. They had a totalitarian worldview. As far as they were concerned, all time was company time. Inspired by the work of Richard Palmer, this particular form of abuse became a fashionable trend in England. Psychopaths all across the country started co-opting churches and victimizing towns, all in the name of productivity. 20th century Canadian socialist George Woodcock writes of this new breed of capitalist. The new capitalists, in particular, became rabidly time conscious. Time, here symbolizing the labor of workers, was regarded by them almost as if it were the chief raw material of industry. But this newfound obsession with time and productivity didn't stop there. When this new generation of capitalists left their places of business, they would see their workers getting off work for the day. And what did they see them doing? Standing around in groups, chatting, relaxing on public benches, walking into public houses to grab a meal, or God help us, a drink. All of this public recreation bothered Palmer and his friends immensely. Palmer's obsession with the clock coincided almost exactly with the rise of English newspapers. And what did this first generation of newspapers like to discuss? They liked to discuss the problem of the poor, and specifically the problem of the leisure activities of the poor. The capitalists were very open about this. They said that the only legitimate leisure activities for the poor were mental cultivation or religious study. Basically, studying Latin or studying the Bible. That's what poor people should be allowed to do for fun. Anything other than that, they argued, was corrosive to the culture. For those keeping track at home, bribing the church and turning it into a private tool for the capitalist class, not corrosive to the culture. Relaxing on a public bench after work, corrosive to the culture. These people were demons. That's what the capitalists wanted. No life outside of work. No hobbies. No idleness. No relaxation. No days off. Nothing to look forward to. No life. Just work and someone else's profit. Twentieth century Canadian socialist George Woodcock concedes that mechanical time is valuable as a means of coordination of activities in a highly developed society, just as the machine is valuable as a means of reducing unnecessary labor. But, he argued, the modern use of the mechanical clock did not reduce unnecessary labor. It did the opposite. Hurried meals, the regular morning and evening scramble for trains or buses, the strain of having to work to time schedules, all contribute to digestive and nervous disorders, to ruin health and shorten life. What to make of all this? We are richer as a society than ever before, but somehow we are less free. Workers have lost so much, not just our afternoon naps and our holidays, but our autonomy, our dignity. In short, we work too much. But it doesn't have to be this way. Medieval French peasants took as much time off as they could afford, which for them was 49% of the year. It's time for us to start moving back in that direction. We already know how to do this. We have the money. We have the policies. We have the administrative capacity. We have everything we need to work less. The only thing we lack is the ambition.
Well, thank you, Miro, for introducing us to this video. We're going to now dissect it a little bit. I think my biggest issue is that he spoke about this wrong. I have no doubt that people are overworked. No doubt. I think crunch culture is real. I think exploitation still goes on today. I think we need more time to pursue things. I'm a partial supporter of universal basic income, actually. Within reason. But the issue with it is that we simply can't wave our hands and make it happen. And there is some issues with how he is contextualizing certain things, like, for example, the clock. This idea that humans weren't into timekeeping beforehand, that humans weren't into schooling other humans on how they worked, is insanity. Complete and utter insanity, given that slavery existed for a long time. And you could come and say to me, well, the slaves of the past may have had a better work life. You'd have to prove it. I just don't see it. I just feel like there's a little bit missing here. The Swedes used to would complain about how much we got paid, then they said they would never work more than 31 hours. They should have hired illegals, says Ben. That's even cheaper, stupid capitalists. GDP and pay are not equivalent because material wealth can be accumulated. Wages are what you pay for the labor to create the wealth. Plus advantages in technology help a worker more affects work. I take he's an atheist or agnostic. I don't know. His last name is Woodcock. Eunuch no longer. I have a hard time trusting the word of a socialist when it comes to declaring specific capitalists the root of all evil. He is blaming the capitalist as an abstract actor with no ideology or historical context as to why this type of capital. That's a good point, Karn. I actually agree. I think we can definitely look at how capitalism has kind of, let's say, gotten into our lives via certain people's workaholic stuff. But let's get into this very interesting. Okay, guys, let's look at this. Historius Civilis's work gets almost everything wrong. Okay, so let's find out here. In his words, we work too much. Now, I don't disagree that some people here are working too much, okay? Like, I hear about what's happening to our dear friend Wooly. I think Wooly is working too much. I wouldn't doubt that there are other people here in chat who feel like they are overworked. And sometimes even I feel overworked. But I feel like there's phases in life where you decide for yourself how rich or poor you want to be. And generally speaking, I feel like you get what you work for, essentially. Now, there's still shit that happens. There's still exploitation that happens. But I feel like, for example, in Canada, we do pretty well, all things considered. So, for example, in my work, because, ghostwriting doesn't pay well, because I am someone who pursues poverty in the name of doing what she wants. But I don't sit around and blame other people for my choices necessarily, except for maybe the academic world, because otherwise things might look a little bit different if things weren't so fucked up over there. But essentially, I went to work at a candy packaging plant. I would work 12-hour shifts 3 nights a week. I think the maximum that they let you work at that place would be four shifts. So you were allowed to work maximum 4 shifts a week. I think I worked 2 to 3. And it was just 2 to 3 shifts, 12-hour shifts. Very physically draining because I wasn't used to it. I wasn't very fit. And the whole place was created for short people like Ben. So I would actually suffer from bad back pain because I'm taller. But essentially, if you were a Lala, you could work there, but I'm not a Lala. I'm an Ellison. So it was fairly rough on my body, but it wasn't that bad because you would work your 3 days in a row and then the rest of the week you had for yourself. Like, I honestly didn't see a huge issue. But I could see where certain places today would still be exploitative. I absolutely see that. And I think capitalism does encourage and allow it to happen. Okay, so the original affluent society. To support his points, he starts by discussing work in Stone Age society and claims virtually all Stone Age people like to work an average of 4 to 6 hours per day. They also found that most Stone Age people liked to work in bursts, with one fast day followed by one slow day, fast, slow, fast, slow. The idea that Stone Age people hardly worked is one of the most popular misconceptions in anthropology. And if you ask any modern anthropologist, they will tell you it's wrong, and it comes from difficulty defining when something is work and another thing is leisure. How does Historia... See this person... Like, how are we defining this work? Now, he clearly did end up defining it as basically going outside your house and working for someone else. But I think this is annoying to me, because I feel like you can come home from a day out of work and then realize you have more work at your house. This kind of idea that work is outside of the house only is actually what led to the devaluing of female labor within the home. And that led to feminists devaluing female labor in the home. So, like, for me, I don't like how his definition of work, even though he never defined it, his definition of work appears to be outside the home. And it minimizes any work that you might be doing inside the home. So you could be a house husband or you could be a housewife, and you're fucked because your work doesn't matter. Is there a line between work and responsibility, or is there one? Good question. So my answer is responsibility is stuff that you have to do in order to, provide for yourself or for other people in your life. But the problem is that by removing the concept of work from what we would have previously called female responsibilities, we've devalued female labor in the home. Right? So in my opinion, there is some stuff at work, like, for example, making your bed is a responsibility. Brushing your teeth, showering is a responsibility. Mopping your floor may be considered a responsibility, right? Like wageless work in the house. But the problem is that women historically used to actually have to do that as part of their life. That was part of their work, right? They weren't earning money. They weren't being paid, but they were doing a significant, important portion of ensuring that the house was kept up and that the kitchen garden was taken care of. So I don't like how some stuff has been shoved into the responsibility category today. And this devalues female labor. A job feminists reject. Yeah. So this is where I'm saying is it's very easy to fall into this mentality where we think the only work worth talking about is the work that we get money for, or that we are clearly earning a wage from. But let's keep going. As far as I can tell, the aforementioned claims stem from anthropologist Marshall Sahlins. In his 1972 essay, The Original Affluent Society, Sahlins was mostly deriving his data on work hours from two recent studies published by other anthropologists, one about Australian Aboriginals and another about Dobie Bushmen. The problems are almost too many to count. Sahlins only counted time spent acquiring food as work and ignored time spent cooking the food or fixing tools or gathering firewood or doing the numerous other tasks that hunter-gatherers have to do. The study on the Dobay Bushmen was also during their winter, when there was less food to gather. The study on the Australian Aboriginals only observed them for 2 weeks and almost had to be cancelled because none of the Aboriginals had a fully traditional lifestyle, and some of them threatened to quit after having to go several days without buying food from a market. My brother, when he has double shifts, goes back home, doesn't even want to chop some vegetables to eat. He's so done with the day, he goes directly to sleep if he forgot to prepare good the day before. Oh, I feel for him. That sounds horrible. They were paid by being provided for by the man, in which Karn somehow completely missed the point. The point sailed over his head. I don't know how you don't get my point, Karn. Or maybe you do get my point, but you're just being pedantic. I have no clue. Salins was writing to counteract the contemporary prevalent narrative that Stone Age life was nasty, brutish, and short, and in doing so, accidentally created the idea that hunter-gatherers barely worked and instead spent most of their life hanging out with friends and family. It was groundbreaking for its time, but even back then it was criticized for poor methodology, and time has only been crueler to it. You can read Salin's work here and read this for comprehensive, which haven't stood the test of time. Historius Civilis then moves on to describe the life of a worker in medieval Europe to further his aforementioned claims of the natural rhythm to life and work. As someone who has been reading a lot about medieval Europe lately, I must mention that medieval Europe spanned a continent and over 1,000 years, and daily life, even within the same locale, would look radically different depending on which century you examined it. The book, The Corrupting Sea, A Study of Mediterranean History by Peregrine Horton and Nicholas Purcell, was a monumental and revolutionary environmental history book published in the year 2000 that specifically set out to analyze the Mediterranean Sea on the basis that, owing to the climate conditions, all the pre-modern people living there should have similar lifestyles regardless of where they came from. Its main conclusion is that the people within the Mediterranean communities lived unbelievably diverse lifestyles that would change within incredibly short distances. Kaleidoscopic fragmentation, as the book put it. To discuss Karn. To discuss all of medieval Europe then would only be possible on the broadest of strokes. Which is what Karn was saying, I believe, earlier. He's being a good old Muslim. Well, I have no words. That's not the point. That's not the, why is this not obvious? It doesn't matter whether the woman actually physically gets paid or does not physically get paid. The point is her work, whether it is paid for by her husband in some form or the other, or is not paid for her husband, but by, let's pretend like the government came in and paid her for her work in the home. It's still work in the home. And to denigrate work in the home as not something worthy to mention in a video about work minimizes the actual weight that a woman has in society, whether she works at home or whether she works outside of the home. Like, anyway, let's keep going. Historius Civilis, in his description of the medieval workday, characterized it as leisurely in pace, with food provided by employers who struggled to get their employees to actually work. The immediate problem with this is similar to the aforementioned problem with Stone Age work. What counts as work? Much of the work a medieval peasant would have to do would not have had an employer at all. Tasks such as repairing your roof, tending to your livestock, gathering firewood, and what. Okay, so this is more what Simp was talking about. Just as necessary to survival then as paying rent is today. As far as I can tell, Historia Civilis is getting the idea that medieval peasants worked rather leisurely hours from his source, the overworked American. Score was not a historian. I would let it slide since she has strong qualifications in economics and sociology. But even at the time of release, her book was criticized for its lack of understanding of medieval life. Score also didn't provide data on medieval Europe as a whole. She provided data on how many hours medieval English peasants worked. Her book is also the only place I can find evidence to support HC's claims of medieval workers napping during the day or being provided food for their employers. So while I was watching the video, I did try to look for any kind of evidence that the lords or nobles were feeding the peasants, and I could not find that. But maybe I have to go to JSTOR for that. I'm sure these things have happened at least once, as medieval Europe was a big place, but evidence needs to be provided that these were regular practices. Edit, Hugh Hergrim has provided a paper that states that during the late Middle Ages, some manors in England provided some of their workers with food during harvest season. The paper also characterizes the workday for these laborers as incredibly difficult. Probably that's why they were giving them food, to incentivize for them to show up. It's worth noting that Score mentions how women likely work significantly more than men. More than men. Oh my gosh. And somehow Historia Civilis didn't talk about how women likely work significantly more than men. This is an interesting claim. Now, I wouldn't doubt that women, technically, if we include housework as being actual work, I wouldn't doubt that women worked probably more than men during the 80s and early mid-90s. But I would not even say that a majority of women were in that situation. But, you know, a chunk of them probably were. But anyway, but data on how much they worked is difficult to come by. Yeah, no shit. It's also worth mentioning that much of Score's data on how many hours medieval peasants worked comes from the work of Gregory Clark, who has since changed his mind and believes peasants worked closer to 300 days a year. Uh-oh. Slay Queen. Feminists argue that women is exploited for work in the home is not being paid enough. They acknowledge that it is work. Not all feminists do, Karn. Not all feminists consider women as working in the home. But I think their takeaway is wrong, right, Karn? So I don't agree with feminists that women are exploited at home, right? Because they have made a social contract with the man and she's doing her share of the labor. But there's a far cry between saying a woman is working in the home and saying a woman is being exploited in the home, right? We gotta separate that dialogue a little. You can say a woman works in the home and her work should be considered as work. Equal to that of the male who's going out to work. Unless she's not working. I actually knew a woman who did nothing and just sat around all day. I would not say she's working, right? I'm talking about women who are actually cooking and cleaning and caring for the children or homeschooling the children, right? So we're not talking about the kept wives-ish up here. We're talking more closer to the wives who are actually cooking, cleaning, who are actually maybe having like a little side business on the side, who are homeschooling their children. These kinds of wives are the Proverbs 30 wife. If you know what I mean, you know what I mean. These kinds of wives are working. Now, am I saying they're exploited? No. So please do not conflate me in with that kind of rhetoric. I'm simply saying that they're working and that this person's view of work is incredibly limited and male-centric. Not necessarily even male-centric. It's like a very specific work-centric. Women, peasants did some work in the field like planting seeds and I would not doubt it, Karn. I would not doubt that a woman had a kitchen garden. As far as I recall, like from the medieval stuff that I've read, women were active on the farm. They had special underclothing called stays that would allow them to actually do quite a lot of physical labor while keeping themselves, for lack of a better term, supported. And don't ask me why I was looking into that. But essentially, TLDR, there is no doubt in my mind that women were working inside the house and outside the house, as they have always done. We don't need to say they were exploited. That's feminist rhetoric. But neither do we need to pretend that it's not work. That's my problem. That's my problem. We can separate the streams here. We can say a woman works in the house, but she's not exploited. The exploitation bullshit is like feminist theory, probably I think from second wave feminism. If I recall correctly, that was a second wave feminist rhetoric. It led to fairer wages for women, which I'm very thankful for, but it also led to a lot of unnecessary rhetoric about women in the home. And now, is Chieko building a time machine? I would not want to go back in time. Going back in time would not suit me well. I would be ostracized and my life would be horrible. But essentially, all I'm trying to say is we can talk about women working in the home without talking about them being exploited. That's like, I don't know what that's called, straw manning. That's like conflating two things entirely. Okay, let's keep going. So her data was based off of something by Gregory Clark, who changed his mind and now thinks that they actually worked over, well, definitely over 75%. Not gonna lie, I miss the 90s. I don't want to go back in time either. Yeah, Epic. You and me both. We'll hold hands on this one. Now is a good time to discuss HC sources and their quality. He linked 7 sources, 2 of which are graphs. His sources are the aforementioned scorebook, which I already covered, a book on clocks, an article from 1967 on time, a book from 1884 on the history of English labor, an article on clocks by a writer with no history background that was written in 1944, and 2 graphs. This is a laughably bad source list. Immediately, it is obvious, at least he has a source list though, like it's better than some people. Immediately, it's obvious that there's a problem with these sources. Even if they were all actual works of history written by actual historians, they would still be of questionable quality owing to their age. I mean, sometimes older stuff is still reliable because newer stuff kind of gets like a political, you know, like takes on political bullshit. You may be ostracized and hated, but you'd be working less. But there weren't any terrible clocks, Chieko. The horror. See, the thing is like, he's talking about this whole work environment, right? Then he ends with this bro fist of communism, probably. But here's the thing, okay? And he said it himself. You can make a choice. Are you going to be poor and do what you want? Or are you going to be rich and work like a dog? It's your choice. Now, there are some people out there who would like to be rich and not have to work at all. And they would just like to somehow magically just like get the money. You know, that's why gambling exists. But I do not consider myself to be a workaholic. I know, crazy. People are like, oh, you work so hard. Yes, but I do not consider myself to have the mentality of a workaholic. If I get to choose which social class I would 100% go back to yeah, but what if you were a white woman, Karn? Poor, serf, woman. You're going to die by the age of probably mid-20s. Want to go back now? Yeah, I don't think so. Hard pass. Hard pass. Just because of my family background, my family name is directly linked to farming. I know I would have died. I don't identify as a workaholic. I work sometimes, and I do sometimes like get over focused, get like hyper focused and work too hard. Sure. But that is not, I have never felt like someone was particularly breathing down my neck and telling me societally that this is how I had to do it. If I don't want to do it, then I don't do it, and I just get really poor. Most surfers are poor. It's part of their culture. I would be a marcher lord protecting the borders and collecting very high taxes. Yeah, Karn, that sounds lovely. That sounds like 1%. It's just unrealistic, Karn. Let's be real. It's like you wouldn't. Very few of us would actually be that. So if you had a choice, sure, maybe you could go back in time and be a man. If I could go back in time and be a man during the medieval period, I'm thinking about it seriously for a second. No, I still don't think so. Yeah, I still press X to doubt on that one. Immediately, it is obvious that there is a problem with these sources. Okay, yada, yada. Their age, history as a discipline has evolved a lot in recent decades. Sure, I'd be concerned about some, like, ideological bias, but okay. Historians today are much better incorporating evidence from other disciplines, in particular archaeology, fair, and are much better at avoiding ideologically founded grand narratives from clouding their interpretations. Are they, though? Are they, though? I think, okay, when was this written? When did this person write this response? 2 years ago. I have a friend who has a degree in history. She would disagree, but anyway. Furthermore, there's a lot more evidence available to historians today. True. To cite books and articles written decades ago as history is baffling. Could HC really not find a better source? Okay. A lot of ideas in his video seem to stem from the 1967 article, Time, Work Discipline, and Industrial Capitalism by E.P. Thompson. Many of the claims that HC makes in his video I can only find here but can't corroborate elsewhere. This includes basically his entire conception of how the medieval workday would go, including how many days would be worked and what days, as well as how the payment process goes. It must be noted then that Thompson is, once again, almost exclusively focusing on England in his article as opposed to HC, who's discussing medieval Europe as a whole. Ugh. Well, that was a mistake. The practice of St. Monday, as HC described it, basically only existed among the urban working class in England, far from the Europe-wide practice he said it was. I read the only other historic work on St. Monday I could find, Douglas Reed's The Decline of St. Monday, which corroborated this practice was almost entirely an English practice. It only existed among industrial workers, many of whom did not practice St. Monday. So it wasn't even linked to farming? Oh, my Lord. Oh, dear me. HC's characterization of the Richard Palmer story is also all but an outright lie? The psychotic isn't real? Oh my gosh, I can't believe this. HC characterized Richard Palmer as a psychotic capitalist who was the origin for modern totalitarian work culture as he paid his local church to ring its bells at 4 a.m. to wake up laborers. For someone so important, there would be a plethora of information about him, right? While the aforementioned Thompson article is literally the only historical source I could find discussing Richard Palmer, even HC's other source, an over 500-page book on the history of English labor, has zero mention of did this Palmer guy Thompson also made zero mention of Palmer being a capitalist. Palmer's reasons for his actions make mention of the duty of laborers, but are largely couched in religious reasoning, such as church bells reminding men of resurrection and judgment. Keep in mind, the entire discussion on Richard Palmer is literally just a few sentences, and as such, drawing any conclusion from this is difficult, frankly baffling. The HC is... No. Oh no. I was also curious. I was like, oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Got a starboard? Oh wow. Oh, this is so great. I enjoy modern medicine too much. Like, I enjoy not having to worry about crapping myself to game over. Epic. When I read the story about what happened to King Henry the Fourth, dead at the age of 30 from dysentery, yeah. I do find it interesting how HC says dividing the day into 30-minute chunks feels good and natural, when Thompson's article only makes brief mention of one culture that regularly divides their time into 30-minute chunks and another culture that sometimes measures times in 30-minute chunks. Thompson's main point was that pre-modern people tended to measure time in terms of tasks to be done instead of concrete numbers, which HC does mention, but this makes HC's focus on the 30 minutes comments all the weirder. Thompson then goes on to describe how a natural work rhythm doesn't really exist, using an example of how a farmer and a hunter and a fisherman would have completely different rhythms. Oh my lord. Okay, Woodcock. Okay, let's find out about this guy. I was, however, able to read his other sources pertaining to clocks. Woodcock's The Tyranny of the Clock was only a few pages long, and notably, it is not a work of history. Woodcock, who HC also quoted several times in his video, was not a historian, and his written article is a complete unsourced opinion piece. It's history themed, sure, but I take it as seriously as I would take an average Reddit comment. Also, it was written in 1944, meaning that even if Woodcock was an actual historian, his claims should be taken with a huge grain of salt. None of the sources allege that Richard Palmer started a wave across England of clock-related workers' abuse. There is a conversation to be had about modern work and what we can do to improve our lives, and Historia Civilis's work on video on work is poor history that fails to have this conversation. Oh my lord. Who is this person? They are so sexy to me. Whoever it is. Fantastic job. This is so interesting. Okay, so let's see. He doesn't consider all the extra repairs, cooking, sewing, general housekeep that we don't need to do as much of anymore as work. Of course, this artificially makes it look like fewer hours worked in the past, but it's not the truth. It's just shady timekeeping and accounting. He's not looking for a total amount of time and work, but how much you are being worked. Okay, this is a good differentiation. HC refers to all that extra repairs, cooking, sewing, and general house upkeep as indoor labor. It is your own volition that you work for your repairs, cooking, sewing. It's not the concern of the video. Yes, but he mentioned general house upkeep as something that they would do as work in the winter. So he only cherry-picked this kind of indoor labor as being labor when he wanted to make his point, and then ignored it for the rest of the video. And if he wanted to talk about being worked versus working, let's say, the concept of what Ben talked about, which is work versus responsibility, then perhaps he should have defined it. He should have defined it. He should have been much more careful about his definition. Somebody needs to talk to him about how sloppy he was with this, because it was very poorly defined. If he wants to talk about being worked versus in work, then he can't talk about mentioning that indoor labor that he did actually mention at one point in the video. So there's that. And also, I still think that him not talking about indoor labor thereby gives a foothold to a bunch of people who want to hand wave that indoor labor away. I'm not saying that indoor labor was exploitative, as the feminists would have you believe, but it still is labor. So I just need to repeat that because Karn might not understand. Okay. It is absolutely a concern because you're doing it in home doesn't mean it's of your own volition. It's still vital work, absolutely not optional. Drawing a difference is a matter of semantics. Yeah, I have to agree with Shining Magpie here. So let's say you're a hunter-gatherer and you can't find water, so you have to walk extra to get water that's drinkable so that you guys will survive. That's work. And if you are at home and you turn on your faucet and for some reason water isn't coming out of the thing. Okay, so where's the guild chest? What you can do is you can go to Gridania. You go into the Twin Adder, where the guild officers are by the Twin Adder Guild Company stuff. There should be a large chest there that you can interact with. Or you can go to the FC, you can go to the company workshop, and you can try to put it in the chest in the workshop. I'm beginning to believe the ice cream maker my kids gave me on Father's Day is just another tool of capitalist oppression, and it has a timer. Who's making you repair your own utilities again? Do you get paid for it to subsist? Who is your employer? Who is working you to do the stuff you do off work? Yeah, again. But if that's the case, then why is he talking about Stone Age people? And why would he be talking about medieval people? Because both medieval people and Stone Age people had an overlap between the work that, like, Stone Age people weren't being paid, and neither were medieval people being paid. Beyond, you can stay on this land and we won't kick you off, hopefully. Won't let me says untradeable, so it might be that. Oof. Yeah, that's too bad. Here. It's stuff you need to do to survive. It's not optional, and that still takes time. You cannot discount that, and the video fails because it does. You fail for the same reason. I have to agree with Shining Magpie about this. If you're going to bring in Stone Age people, then you have to allow for survival work as being work. Oh, up here. Necro post, but still, it would be the same if he hadn't based his argumentation on what's natural also. And even so, his argumentation can't be saved because of what the OP listed. Great write-up and some good comments in the thread. I still love HC and watch his older videos all the time, but I have to admit this misfire puts a bad taste in my mouth. Immediately, it's obvious there's a problem with these sources. Historians today are much better at incorporating It's a shame, but I think the last sentence is exactly what happened. HC had a thesis first, and then consciously or not went cherry picking for post hoc confirmations. Yeah. Historians should be free of ideological bias, but I hate to break it to people. I have a good friend who has a degree in history, and yeah. Just for reference, this is what Thompson says about Palmer. Note that Thompson characterizes Palmer's payment as a charitable donation to ensure the bell rang for the benefit of those who heard. The motivation is explicitly philanthropic. One of the bell tolls was specifically to ensure people went to bed on time to get sufficient rest. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Okay, guys, there's this man who makes charitable donations so that a bell can toll to remind people it's time to stop work and go to sleep. And then, you know, a couple decades later, this is mentioned and is completely taken out of context, and then he's called psychotic as being someone who's there to make sure that people are working from 4 to 8. Charitable donations continued to be made in the 17th century, sometimes laid out in clockland, ding-dong land, or curfew bell land for the ringing of early morning bells, curfew bells. Thus, Richard Palmer of Wokingham, Berkshire, gave, in 1664, lands in trust to pay the sexton to ring the great bell for half an hour every evening at 8 o'clock and every morning at 4 o'clock, or near as to those hours might be, from the 10th of September to the 11th of March in each year. So this isn't even all year long. Not only that, as might live within the sound might thereby be induced to timely going to rest in the evening and early rising in the morning to labors and duties of their several callings, but also so that strangers and others within sound of the bell on winter nights might be informed of the time of night and receive some guidance into their right way. So you could argue, yes, he made these bells to make sure that people worked from 4 a.m. to 8 p.m., but you could make an equally strong argument that he set up these bells to legitimately help orient people. Oh my lord. This is hilarious, guys. Anyway, fascinating. I love this. I thought that,
It's been fascinating to me.
I thought this would be a fairly straightforward video, but I guess not. I'm constantly surprised by how poorly communicated this video was. We can absolutely talk about exploitation. We could talk about the mechanization of the human body. We can talk about slavery. We could talk about how materialism has pushed people into workaholic stuff. And we could even maybe have a talk about how we can withdraw ourselves from a workaholic environment, and how to live simply so we don't need to work as much. Less gacha gaming, less gambling, less drinking, less boozing, less drug smoking, and so on and so forth. But the reality is there's a real conversation to be had about work and how some people view themselves within the structure of work. But I feel like this video, unfortunately, was so ideologically angled. It poorly explained what I just wanted a better definition of work at the beginning, I guess. And then I suppose, after all, because I saw sources on his video, so I thought, okay, he's done his due diligence-ish. But I guess a lot of those sources are now put into question, and people are wondering why he chose the sources that he chose. This is basically most of history, people making stuff up about people who lived 400 years before their time. Yeah, you're right. You're right, Karn. This YouTuber is not a very nice person. He does seem to have gotten on something. And once again, I am someone who actually would love to see genuine housewives, for example, paid for their work in the home. I do think that there is a lack of appreciation for example, homeschooling mothers who are not paid for the education that they give their children and actually have to pay out of pocket for the books that they buy and all of that stuff. So I personally look at someone like my mother and feel like my mother's work was devalued by society, who decided that what she chose to do wasn't worth getting a wage for. And it resulted in us actually being incredibly impoverished growing up, to the point where there were many Christmases where we couldn't afford things. We couldn't get gifts without the help of charitable groups in our community. I basically looked like I was part of a cult because I was wearing clothing handed down to me from women who were old. And so I was essentially bullied because I was wearing really shitty clothing. Like, I didn't own I didn't buy new clothing until I was probably 16 or 18 years old with my own money. It was a very rare occasion for me to get a new piece of clothing. I still don't see my paycheck, to be honest. I mean, that's another whole other issue as well. So my wife was a stay-at-home mom. She got paid because I never... But that's the social, how can I say this? That's the social contract that you and your wife made, right? Is that I think actually my dad controlled a lot of the finances in the house. And my mom would kind of be looking over his shoulder on occasion and telling him yes or no. But I don't think my mother was exploited. But if we want to talk about work, we have to be very careful about what we're talking about. Because I just don't like it when certain women's work in the home is swept under the rug and considered unimportant. And that's not great. That's not great. If we maybe showed that work in the home is just as valuable, and there is a contract that happens between a woman who works in the home and her husband, then they're possibly bullied at homeschool, bullied at church, sadly, and sometimes by other homeschoolers and my siblings. But anyway, okay, why matriarchies fail? Maybe we'll get one more in. Why matriarchies fail? Why do matriarchies fail? Okay, so I think matriarchies fail probably. Why do they fail? Okay. I'm going to do a couple. All right. Political conflict. Now, the reason for this is most women, this is going to make me sound sexist, but most women struggle with drawing boundaries, and speaking out and taking risks. So, like, we can actually see that today. Like, today's modern women, when compared to men, are less likely to push for raises when it comes time for salary review. So when they're looking at, like, let's say a monthly salary, women are less likely to fight for themselves and push for higher pay. And this actually causes, you remember that 1% or whatever of the wage gap that Christina Hoff Sommers kind of like talked about? a large portion of that inequality that you see is literally modern women refusing to haggle. They don't know how to handle it. So you can imagine that a society run by a less strong woman might end up run down by, let's say, predatory neighbors. And by the way, this happens to societies run by weak male leaders as well. Case in point, David Comnenus of Trebizond, who was essentially probably a pedo gay guy, and he was steamrolled by the Ottoman Turks. Yeah. Anyway, let's keep going. Maybe not the Turks. It might have been like a group of Persian people. But anyway, long story short, if you were a weak ruler, period, male or female, you're going to get steamrolled by somebody at some point. So it's not going to work. Female infighting? I don't know. I have no knowledge, but women are extremely vicious. Women are extremely vicious. And maybe if there was too much infighting, women follow groups. Okay, women have group like women have this weird dichotomy. The dichotomy of the group and the other. So if the leader somehow becomes the other, then everything's fucked, because then the group will hunt the other. The other will be excised from the group, and I imagine that if there was sufficient disruption, just like male run societies, if there's sufficient disruption within the leadership chain, you would get people eating each other, so to speak. Are you saying Bruce Jenner is a woman? One only needs to see the Real Housewives of Atlanta to see why matriarchies fail hard, or the Kardashians. Look what they did to Bruce Jenner. Women hate each other. Yeah. Okay, well, let's start and see what this young woman thinks. I personally think it's probably going to be a mix of personalities. I wonder if she'll mention whether, like, predation from outside groups, but let's see. Okay.
Recently, I've been reading books about the history of feminism and men's roles in society.
Okay.
I finished a book called Occult Feminism, The Secret History of Women's Liberation by Rachel Wilson, as well as the book A World Without Men by Erin Clary. I would highly recommend both of these titles.
A World Without Men is probably full of vibrators. Just saying. And I'm saying that as a woman who's like got a low drive, but just saying.
Two things have become clear to me. The first is that I thought I had a pretty good handle on what first wave feminism was about and how the movement happened, but I learned that it was more of a top-down imposition rather than a grassroots campaign. I've also learned that if feminists had their way, they would turn society into a matriarchy and eliminate the authoritative roles men hold in society, and if this ever were to happen, it would be a complete and total disaster.
Okay.
This video pertains to the dark and deceptive origins of feminism, as well as what would happen if Western civilization ever became a full-blown matriarchy.
Okay, let's imagine it.
Women are, for the most part, ungrateful for the society that men have built for them. Although far from scientific, random polling on TikTok shows how the majority of randomly selected women believe that they don't need men. When asked if women needed men, their answers ranged anywhere from not necessarily to F men. But I wonder if these women have ever really considered what the world would be like without them.
Okay, Here's my hot take, though. Is TikTok reality? Good night, Miro. Good night. Is TikTok actually representative, though, of, I don't know, Menzo Barazan? You can read all about the City of Drow and the Drizzt Do'Urden novels, Lamau. I just wonder if TikTok is an adequate place to start looking for humans' opinions about shit. Because, like, honestly, like, I don't doubt right now the North American brain rot has gotten to a stage where nobody realizes how much is relied upon great men of the past. Then you got these, like, historical revisionists who are like, oh, you know, this was also created by a woman as well, not just the man. So, like, you can see how, like, we get here. But my only thing is I want to qualify her statement here because it feels a little bit extreme, okay? It's like not all women are ungrateful for what men have done or are clueless. I think just a lot of women who are not educated, their education has failed them. Even men don't know how much men have also worked. So yeah, I just think it's, I want to assure the guys in chat that there are girls out there who are very aware, but it's just that, like, you get a certain ideologically possessed young woman, she's gonna be a little nutty, you know? Yeah. She's generalizing a little too hard there. Yeah. Yeah. I just feel like I wouldn't doubt that TikTok is full of brain rot. I just don't think that the women who matter, the women who are going to be the ones you want to, your ride or die girl, like Chieko, is not on TikTok, right? Party is not on TikTok. Maybe Shay will come out of the woodwork and tell us that she's on TikTok, but, like, generally speaking, the women whose boots are firmly on the ground and who are here to support the men in their lives are not on fucking TikTok, right? Young people who are, like, flapping their gums, or, like, those, like, really unfortunate people who are anyway. So, like, do we really want to go to TikTok as a poll for what boomers and zoomers? It's not a great, I wouldn't say that's a great metric for what women in general are thinking. And you know what? If we look at the romance industry, I think women, even the ones who are telling themselves that they don't need men, are hardcore lying. They're saying things online so that they look like they're part of the in-group, but deep down inside, they don't think. They're either not thinking at all, which I think is horrible, or they don't believe it. They're just scared. I'm just putting it out there. There are a lot of women out there who are scared of other women, rightfully so, because other women are nutties. And so, of course, you're going to go on TikTok and you're going to say bullshit that you might partially believe or that you don't believe, but you're not sure about. You kind of hope it's true, etc., etc. And how would pickle jars? Yeah, I'm telling you, like, even I have a friend who's fairly progressive. She settled down in her 30s. She woke up somehow and she was like, wait a minute, I want to have a kid. I want to have a stable man in my life. I don't want this other person that she was with, because he's not, basically, he wasn't man enough for her, because he's a bit of a white knight. I hate to say it. And very nice guy, but, like, absolutely useless if it were to come down to making children. And that's not what she looked for. So she found a very, dare I say, not very conservative, but more of like a center, like kind of like more in my wheelhouse, guy who would settle down and make 2 babies with her. being financially independent, needing no man is what many women believe is the goal, even in my country. No woman in her right mind, particularly 25 and onward, actually believe that. They're either lying to themselves, they're lying to you, or in some cases, I could see some countries, potentially in the Middle East, potentially in China, where you have women acting out. What about lesbians? Well, I mean, even lesbians have the guy, the dyke, right? It's a complete cultural shift. I wouldn't doubt there's a cultural shift, but the cultural shift cannot eradicate biological need. And the only reason why there might be a backlash, for example, that you might be seeing is because your country got too tight. So, for example, if you catch me in a room of conservative men who are telling me that I shouldn't vote, that I shouldn't drive, that I shouldn't be able to wear what I want, I'm going to start sounding like a crazy feminist. But if you put me in a room of feminists who are saying, a woman needs a man like a fish needs a bicycle, I'm going to sound like I'm going to sound conservative, because some people are just reacting as a backlash. It's not that they hate men; they think the goal is finance and not a man. Well, that could also be like also because let's put it this way, Karn, for both men and women. For both men and women, humans are a disappointment. And so I think some people might come to the conclusion, you shouldn't drive, no license. No kidding. Yeah, I shouldn't drive even if I have a license. I think it's materialism. I think it's, yes, a change in culture. But I also think it's because there's no incentive to want to make that sacrifice. It's the same as the 4B movement. When you see the numbers, is incredibly tiny women following it, and some of them are also lying about it. I'll laugh if someone invents a bicycle for fish one day. That would be funny. Karn, I don't doubt that maybe in your country there is a serious shift going on. And I think that shift happened in Europe a while back, for sure. It probably happened in what we would call second wave to third wave feminism. But I just don't think most women hold on to that as much as you think they do. Like, even in North America, you have these career-driven women, and most of them, unless they're like chemically neutering themselves, most of them wake up around 25 to 30, 35 maybe, and they're like, OMG, I have a biological clock, it's ticking. And most of them suddenly have a very dire need for bros, and they will go out and seek it. I hate driving because everyone is looking at their phones. Oh my gosh. I would not. Yeah. As an FYI, my mom hated driving. Yeah, I would never drive. My mom never drove. And I don't foresee myself ever driving, because it's not even just me. It's other people on the road. I just don't trust anyone. I think I'm becoming more and more unable to get into cars these days. But anyhow, but you get the idea. Yeah. Yes, even if they believe different, when asked what is the most important goal, they are trained to answer my career. Yes, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying, Karn, is women are really good at not confronting what they actually want and standing up for it. And so they will literally parrot. Women have the highest tendency to parrot things out of fear or out of delusion. And there are tons and tons of women who will slowly start admitting, I am unhappy. And that's why I love the character of Yennefer. Yennefer is that archetype of the power-hungry, career-hungry person who sacrificed her ability to have children in order to be beautiful and long-lived. And then her basic story is her regretting it. I want my paycheck back. Herman is an abused husband. Please report yourself into a domestic shelter, Herman. Oh my lord, your wife has a pimping pickup truck? Did she like jack it up on its wheels? That's hilarious. I'm not saying she did that, but I'm just saying that I think most women are not going to be honest with themselves. And that's what's sad. That's why I'm sad. I know what I want. I was honest to what I want. And unfortunately, I think a lot of women might look to someone like me and be like, oh, look at her. Like, she's living her best life and she doesn't have kids. And unwise people like myself might actually look down on women who are choosing to remain home and have children. That's why I'm always very careful about how I talk about my married friends and their kids, because I don't want them ever to feel like they are less than because they have sidelined their career for their children. I myself am more not about children. I would never handle my own children well. Like I said, I might be autistic, schizoid, something, but I don't think I was ever meant to be a mother. I could see myself as being a mom, of course, but I would not be your normal mom. Anyway, so long story short, I think a lot of women tell themselves, "Oh, I want to have a career," but they're lying. Okay, so let's see what she says.
What would happen if all the men just disappeared tomorrow?
Okay, and so I want to just say here, I fundamentally disagree with her generalization here. I think she generalized way too hard. I want to like her. I want to agree with her. But I'm sorry, Erin. That was a pretty strong generalization. We could have all of the women in Saudi Arabia step up and be like, we don't want men, we want career. I'd be like, liar, liar, your pants are on fire. Because most of them are lying to themselves. There's no way that most women actually believe they don't need no man. And you know how we know that they don't, that it's a lie? Because of the fucking romance industry that exists. We all know that they want a man and they all need one. They all want to need a man and they all need one. They just are afraid to say it. Because other women, unfortunately, largely other women, and some well-meaning white knight male feminists have come out of the woodwork and started talking down at these ladies. But yeah, okay, let's keep going. Generalization noted. Not so great, Erin. Sorry. Let's keep going.
According to the book A World Without Men, that world would be bleak, unproductive, and resembling a third world country, except maybe worse.
Oh.
Due to the technological achievements of Western civilization, primarily the Industrial Revolution, women have been increasingly more involved in the workforce. In the late 1800s, early 1900s, factory owners and Gilded Age elites campaigned to allow women to work outside the home because they could pay them less than men to work in their factories, and more working women meant more consumers. Later on, the invention of the birth control pill would grant women access to positions of power through their careers and lead them to dominate in education and academia. Guns further evened the playing field and led to men no longer having a monopoly on force. It is only through technology that women have been able to transform gender roles and norms. When the suffragists of the late 1800s campaigned for the expansion of women's rights, namely the right to vote, the vast majority of women did not support this movement, even though most people today believe that they did. In Occult Feminism, the book describes how the large number of anti-suffragists and their message were lost to history, which suppresses their existence. Most women at the time did not want the right to vote because they believed it would make them equally responsible for governing society, as well as protecting people and property, and this isn't really possible for women. The anti-suffragists believed that women were a special and protected class and life was good for them. They had more influence and power in areas outside of government within patriarchy. They had faith in their fathers and husbands to run society fairly and benevolently. They also accurately predicted that feminism would lead to the breakdown of the family unit. History has been altered to leave these women out of the story due to something called standpoint feminist theory, which is a postmodern philosophy that says there is no such thing as objective truth, only people's experience of truth. Due to standpoint theory, we have been taught a false history of how women lived prior to first wave feminism. In our history classes, we have been taught that women were domestic slaves who were routinely abused and had no freedom. We learn that women weren't allowed to receive an education and were forced to have children until they died miserably in childbirth. However, according to Rachel Wilson, women's freedom wasn't nearly as restricted as history books make it out to be. Women could choose who they married. They could get divorced. They could work outside of the home. Women were educated and even wrote books. Standpoint theory comes from epistemology and says that a person's perception of reality is dependent upon their social standing, and their experiences are formed from their unique point of view, and therefore there is no objective truth or objective history because everyone has a different perspective on the world. According to standpoint theory, there is only my truth and your truth, but no the truth. However, people's
standpoint theory. Yeah, I mean, here's the thing. Like, when you let subjectivity to seep into academic discourse, it can really run a field of inquiry off the rails. Things get a little whack. On the other hand, I don't want to hand wave away certain things that did happen. Yeah. And that still happen to this day. Let's take a look at one such thing here. Oh. Let's see. Let's see if we got here. I'm just trying to find the story. Yeah. Dina Ali Lasloum, age 24, Saudi Arabian school teacher. Born 1993, disappeared 2017. She tried to flee Saudi Arabia. Her family caught her in Manila, duct taped her, and carried her onto the airplane. She's never been seen since. Yeah. Now, do I think a lot of women were treated like Dina Al Lasloum? Not necessarily, but to say that everything was hunky-dory before certain rights were given is also, I think, a fail for me. Once again, we have someone who is choosing to go with a limited amount of sources. We have two source material. So she has even less sources than the other guy. Now, I'm not saying I'm pro-matriarch. I should not have to say that, chat, because obviously I'm not pro-matriarch. But at the same point in time, to suggest that women were treated fairly before certain time periods where people stepped in, I think you're hard coping. I think you're hard coping. Am I okay for time? Yeah. I'll get through this one. The funny thing is the same forces that made HSC about capitalists and clocks are also responsible for feminism women movement. They just want a hot billionaire who's into bondage. Oh, and equality. My mom, who basically ran a family store, always said women's liberation was actually men's liberation. The funny thing is that this is because men no longer had to be responsible for providing for women. Men didn't have to commit before having sex. It let men totally off the hook for things. Yes. But once again, the issue I have about this whole situation is that one side is going to say that women were completely exploited and had nothing and it was all horrible and feminism came along and saved them. I think that's a lie. But I also think that's a lie that women were just fine before. I don't think women were always just fine before. Because guys could still have people on the side. Monogamy and things like mistresses and stuff was totally normalized in a lot of those places. I don't think just fine exists. Yeah, I think that's where my issue is that the rhetoric around how women were treated is either all the way horrible or all the way like nothing to see here, keep moving. Yeah. Anyway, let's keep going.
This perception can be altered by many things, such as psychosis and drugs, and reality can be misconstrued.
Yeah.
Without objective truth, none of us can know anything at all.
Yeah.
Standpoint theory attempts to render truth irrelevant. My question is this: if two people have different versions of what happened, whose perspective takes priority? Whose perspective is more valuable? There's an implied hierarchy in that situation. Standpoint theory makes it impossible to question history and is a form of societal gaslighting on a grand scale.
I do agree. I do agree that the minute we start letting subjectivity run rampant in academic studies, things become extremely skewed. And I don't know why people separate, like, the world of academia, the world of creativity and production is somehow magically separated from the rest of the world, which relies on objectivity. We use objectivity to determine if a man raped a woman. So why can't we use it for some other things as well? And so I particularly in terms of academic rigor, like I'm confused. Why are we hand waving this kind of stuff away? So I do agree with her on this one. Absolutely. 110%.
In the book Occult Feminism, it highlights the work of several different women who were responsible for the launch of first wave feminism. One of these women was named Matilda Joslyn Gage, who published an article called Woman, Church, and State in 1893. In this article, she made the claim that Christianity is the enemy of feminism, and she used archaeological findings to support the theory of ancient matriarchies. During the time period in which Gage wrote her article, discoveries had been made of female sculptures and figurines, implying that goddess worship took place in the ancient world in places like the island of Crete, and this was supposed to be proof that those societies were matriarchal and therefore superior to Western Christian civilization. However, despite these findings, there is no hard proof that backs up the idea that these ancient people functioned daily within a matriarchy. As far as archaeologists know, there has never been a society which functioned under a true matriarchy, outside of a few small outliers. However, Gage, along with her other feminist friends at the time, believed that matriarchy was the only way to advance Western society.
So just like the historian Sevilla did, this feminist lady based her whole shtick on incomplete data from ongoing historical investigations. Yeah, I mean, you got an axe to grind, so then you go and you find something relatively academic to back you up. I can see how this would happen, unfortunately.
Feminists do not want equality.
Okay.
They want superiority and authority. They want men to worship at their feet. They want to destroy all forms of patriarchy and replace it with matriarchy, promising an Arcadian future where women have complete control over society as altruistic rulers who seek peace, mercy, and inclusiveness. The problem is that when women gain power, they are just as likely to be violently cruel with it as men are. Maybe.
Okay. There has never been so much I could agree with and also kind of disagree with. She's once again using a blanket term. I've met many different kinds of feminists. Not all feminists are seeking to dominate men. Now, there are very significant portions of, let's say, third wave, fourth wave feminists, second wave, maybe even these first wave feminists were also whack. But there are people like myself. I struggle with saying that I'm a feminist, but technically I guess I am, who I'm not seeking to dominate the males in my life. I just want to be left alone, and have the freedom to do as I please with myself and go where I want. I don't want to end up in a society where I'm duct taped by family members, dragged back to my country, and I'm never seen from again. And I think part of the issue with that whole hang up for me as well is because I'm an atypical woman, and part of that atypical issue within my psyche is because of men abusing their position with a very, shall we say, young girl. So I think for me, I might have a lot more hang-ups about trusting, I think, men. And I also just happen to believe that male and females are capable of being cruel and violent and irresponsible. So I kind of actually just don't like human, what?
Oh, you're drumming.
Yeah. Okay. I'll be done soonish.
Oh, no, it's fine.
Yeah, we're talking about why matriarchies fail.
Oh.
But I was also pointing out, like, I'm kind of a little bit of a feminist because, like, I also don't like how... Well, I kind of hate both men and women, I suppose.
I was gonna say, you're not a feminist, you're just a non-humanist.
Yeah, I'm not a humanist. Yeah, maybe.
Enjoy.
Okay. Party returned home. Anyway, I guess what I'm trying to say is, like, I struggle with this a lot because I like the world in which I can make decisions and be free. But at the same point in time, I also don't like how my fellow women are behaving, but I also don't like how men behave. So I guess I am back to being a misanthrope, period. And I'm black-pilled and I hate the whole world and the earth and all the humans on it, except for certain people in MedChat whom I love very deeply. But about that's about, and my family and a few of my friends, but that's about it. Everyone else can like kind of like go die in a hole, I guess. I don't
Even
know.
more so. The other problem
Okay. However, I will say feminism does sometimes try to dominate men. And then she says,
The problem is that when women gain power, they are just as likely to be violently cruel with it as men are. Maybe
that is actually true because they're humans. Obviously, all humans fail. Clearly, like any woman who's telling you the world would be a better place if it was run by women, they are huffing copium and they are lying, because women are gross, they're cruel, they're just as terrible as men are. And in some ways, if you think psychological abuse is worse than getting killed by being rammed through with a sword or like having oil poured on you and burned alive, like if you think psychological abuse is worse long term, then I would say then women are crueler, because women tend to do things like socially very abusive, whereas men tend to just go out and like kill you or shoot you or gantch you or flay you alive or tear you apart with horses or guillotine you or gas you in a chamber. But women will like, on the good side, you'll be happy to know I have a death hole pre-selected.
maybe
Anyway.
even more so. The other problem is that historically matriarchies simply do not work. They have
don't
never
work.
worked.
Yeah.
The freedom and deference women have enjoyed would disappear, and the economic means that produce the American standard of living would come to a screeching halt. Why matriarchy doesn't work.
Okay, let's hear it.
The vast majority of human tribes and civilizations have been patriarchal.
Okay.
A patriarchy is a system in which lineage is traced through fathers, men are considered the heads of household, and the majority of positions of power and authority are held by men. Men do the majority of paid work. They're expected to defend society through a warrior class or military service, and are the builders of architecture and infrastructure that sustain human life.
Okay, so she's
Historically,
defining
men
patriarchy,
were
which is
considered
good.
to be the main contributors of society due to their physical strength and capabilities, and this is why positions of power and leadership were reserved for them. But there were good reasons for this, both economical and sociological. The goal of every wave of feminism has been to turn society into a matriarchy.
Okay.
A matriarchy is a social construct in which the rulers are female, and power, as well as property, is passed down matrilineally from mother to daughter.
Okay.
A matriarchy is something that conceptually looks like a patriarchy, but instead of men in charge or on top of the social hierarchy, it's women. The problem is that nobody can truly define what a matriarchy is because we have no examples of a functional matriarchy operating in a large civilization. Andrew Tate says that the reason we have so few matriarchal societies showing up in human history is not because there have been no matriarchies. It's because the ones that did exist didn't last long enough to leave a historical record. Matriarchies have, of course, been tried in the past, but because they are fundamentally unsustainable, none of them lasted long enough to leave any history behind.
Okay. Let's see. Sorry, guys. I'm just taking a little sidetrack to look at matriarchal, because like I have a sense that matriarchal stuff, like any stuff that we have about matriarchy, has probably become so mired in like political ideology. Yeah, I'm passing out. Night, everyone. Good night, Epic. Sorry for it being more heavier. I think social ostracism can be worse if it leads to a situation where the target's so excluded they end up starving or similar. Let me put it this way. I think females who get enough guys on their side can end up killing and ganching and what else did I say? Flaying and guillotining. Like, I think women can get sometimes enough men on their side, like Cleopatra, that they are able to basically eradicate people around them. So there's absolutely cases, I think, where matriarchies or women can take leadership roles, like the Queen Elizabeth or Margaret Thatcher, or probably like the Kandake, which is what Metatron mentioned, basically female warrior queens. Like you could see these kinds of people having some leadership roles and being supported by their people. But I don't see a large empire beyond probably Queen Victoria, who was by that point in time supported by her parliament. So let's just say that by that point in time, the monarchy was on its way to becoming extremely symbolic and not actually being a force for actual power. So to a certain degree, I think we can definitely say that queens with or without a king on hand have played a major role in politics. But I think anyone saying that there was like a major empire that was like matriarchal in nature, I think they're huffing. I think they're really huffing. And part of it is because not just about, because women are more pro-social and into like networking and all of that kind of stuff. Like you could see where by that nature, women would have to still rely on a lot of men to get shit done. You're not going to have men staying at home as house husbands, mopping the floors when you could put them out to work building a bridge. So even with women like theoretically running everything, they would literally be unable to build the bridges or cut down the trees and things without the help of their male counterparts. And vice versa. I would like to say that part of this issue of people like racing around trying to like prove that matrilineal or matriarchal stuff happened or whatever is because I still think that the discussion around women's labor has been so sidelined that women seeking validation for the struggles that they experience at home start seeking for it elsewhere in larger social groups. So if you have had a really tough day at home, homeschooling your kids like my mom did, and then let's say your husband comes home and then poo-poos the struggle that you went through that day, I think you're going to get some women who are going to lose the plot and get together and start accusing men of discounting everything and start like propagating bullshit. So I'm not saying it's men's faults per se. I think women also just need to fight for recognition as well, but like not in a negative way, but in a more positive way. But because our society started to kind of like pretend that housework was either exploitative or it was unnecessary, like not glamorous or useful. Yeah, I could see where a lot of women could feel kind of put upon if their male counterparts are kind of like hand waving everything away and being like, yes, honey, you took care of the kids, but I built this bridge. It just feels very dismissive, and I could see where bitterness and anger could build up over time and make some of these women go a little bit nutty. Let's just say that. But anyway, let's keep going.
Despite the claims made by some feminists that matriarchy preceded patriarchy in ancient civilizations, there is no proof that a successful matriarchal society has ever existed.
Yeah.
There's one small tribe in China that's considered to be matriarchal, and the Iroquois of North America were matrilineal, even though the men were in charge. Goddess worship was common in the ancient world, but that doesn't mean that the women in those societies held more power and authority than the men. Additionally,
I think there was like I said, the Kandake, which I think was in Kush, was matrilineal, and I think they had some queen regents who ran the country on their own with no men. So those would be from Kush, from like current day, I would imagine Sudan and Egypt. And I mean, even in Egypt, there are occasions where like the queen is seen as seating next to her husband. But at no point in time would anybody really mistake these very strong female leaders as being part of a matriarchal society. It was still very much within either an equal framework or a patriarchal framework that coincidentally allowed them to temporarily exist, right? But at no point in time was it where like the women were actually dominating the men. I don't think I've ever heard of a society yet that was large enough and imperial, like having like an actual empire, right? Imperial enough to be like of a significant impact. I'm trying to think and nothing's coming to mind, but you guys let me know if you can remember any matriarchal stuff that could exist.
Civilizations with known female rulers, such as ancient Egypt, were not considered matriarchal because even though a woman may have been the figurehead for a period of time, it was only because there were no suitable males who were available to rule.
Yeah, see? Patriarchal framework that just so happened to let them, be there. Like Queen Elizabeth I, for example, was working within a patriarchal framework. Christina Sweden was temporarily queen until she realized that she was getting shafted and then she left. But essentially, like all of these women who temporarily or permanently came into power were still working within, at most, an equal approach or a patriarchal framework. At no point in time do we see a major country that had major historical impact being purely matriarchal. I don't recall hearing, but...
Monarchy is inherently patriarchal because leadership is passed down from father to son. But women can be substitutes if there are no male heirs of age to assume the role as king.
Like Cleopatra.
This is because
like Cleopatra, who somehow mysteriously is not responsible for the death of her two brothers.
Sociological structure of hierarchy is a fundamental element of patriarchy. It's difficult to conceive of how a matriarchy would operate because they are so rare, but what we can know is how our own society has changed rapidly in the past few decades since the sexual revolution took place, and we've seen women flood the workplace, gain consumer power, become politicians, and have full access to contraceptives and no-fault divorce. Our society is more matriarchal now than it has ever been, and the summation of all these changes has had dramatic effects. Candace Owens has said that for the past 10 years or so, we've been living in a rabid matriarchy that has diminished the influence of men and has installed women in positions of power, and that this has caused the further decline of our civilization. Despite the advantages women are granted in family courts and employment, feminists still religiously teach that we are oppressed by men in gender studies courses.
So much shit. Oh, man. Oh. Okay, so here's the thing, is I really want to like Erin because I am deeply skeptical of feminism, and I am extremely not happy with academia and how it's positioning men. I have 6 brothers. I consider myself to be a strong male ally. And I don't like seeing women saying that they are victims of of a systemic oppression when it's very clear that we are on par with men in best case scenarios, and in some cases we are actually have more social power. So many of us, not all of us, but many of us, especially if we're beautiful and young, can go out and make very, very bold claims about our male counterparts, and accuse people of different things. And it's very, very, very sad and unfortunate. And I don't like it. However, I don't like how Erin is quoting Andrew Tate. I think that's cringe and terrible. I don't like Andrew Tate, period. I have no respect for him. And Candace Owens is a bit iffy for me too. I don't mind everything she says, but if you're literally, these are the 2 quotes plus 1 book that you've read, this feels more like an opinion piece than statement of fact. And I thought this was going to be a bit more of like looking at actual, I don't know, like breaking down actual anthropological studies. Many ancient historians from different cultures saw women dominating governance as a sign of decline. Noted academics Candace Owens and Andrew Tate are solid citations. Yeah. See, this is, I'm just finally looking at chat. Sorry, Herman, sorry. Once again, I think you can disagree with where feminism has gone. I think you can talk about how feminism has very dark roots. I think we can talk about why matriarchies fail. I think we can discuss what matriarchies that we can find and talk about why they aren't going far. But I think so far she has not brought much more to the table. In fact, I almost think she's brought less to the table than Historia Civilis. And this is really sad to me. This is really, really sad. Because I want academic women. I'm holding academic women to the same standard that I hold academic man. But I mean, if you want to go full patriarchal, then yeah, you can totally dig into I'm a helpless, idiotic woman and I can't do my research, or I can't communicate myself clearly better than my male counterparts. You know, I mean, you can, you know, cultivate ignorance as a woman if you want to, but I don't. I don't know. It's sad. I'm not against Candace Owens per se. Like, I watched this one video where she interviewed this guy who had a kooky theory about the disappeared plane M370, 91, whatever. Like, I don't mind some things. I'm just saying, like, is this where we're at? Are we really going to just say things that other... Anyway, let's keep hearing her out, just like we heard out Historia Civilis. Let's hear her out and see what else she says here.
If you were to break down the labor force by necessity, The vast majority of jobs held by women are not critical to the functioning of society. Women overwhelmingly avoid STEM jobs as well as the trades.
She has
They're
a point there.
overrepresented in areas such as teaching, healthcare, HR, and social work. These are all jobs that rest on a physical and technological infrastructure that's maintained by men. Construction, mining, oil and gas extraction are jobs dominated by men.
I would disagree with her on medical. I would disagree with her on the medical. Yeah, I disagree with her on that one. And the kids. Like if all women tomorrow, which I mean, we've been talking about it right now in Discord. If all women tomorrow up and got hysterectomies and told men no, we as a human race would be in severe trouble. So to hand wave away all of women's labor as being unessential for the running of a country, I think is a little bit generalizing here. A little bit. Somebody's got to keep people alive with medical, and women are known to be really great within the medical sphere, particularly in terms of support, whereas men, I do believe, are still strong in like the surgeon and upper level doctors, like the specialization. But in terms of day-to-day care, who's changing your bedpan? I don't know. Maybe I just have a different view on things. Maybe it's because I'm a woman. I don't know, but I feel like to hand wave away some of that labor, and I know what she's trying to say is, I think what she's trying to say is, in terms of governing a country, what women do is unimportant, but I don't really see how building a bridge is more important than, let's say, educating someone like basic math skills so that one day they could build that bridge. Like that bridge won't get built unless you can do the math, and women are largely going to end up being teachers. So what I don't like about some of this discussion is how both Historia Civilis and this girl is doing it as well, is like the discussion always feels so binary to me. It's like we can't talk about how men are important and how women are important. We have to just focus on one of them being important. Why can't we focus on both of them being important? That's my problem, I guess. It's like, anyway. But she's probably trying to talk about like governance and army stuff, but I don't know why she's talking about mining and building a bridge as being part of that. I think she's just communicating it poorly, probably, but still.
In a hypothetical all-female economy, nothing would be produced, invented, or manufactured.
That's a stretch. Not gonna lie. It depends on the women running it, of course, but generally I would imagine a bunch of INTJ and ENTJ women would end up running it, and they would simply harness the power of their male counterparts to come in and help them. I don't see why this is. I can absolutely imagine a world where I could be running things, but I would still create a more equal world where men would have equal opportunity to work, which is what we still got today, more or less, in an ideal situation. Meritocracy. I just, really? Do we really think that nothing would be invented if women were in charge? Like absolutely nothing. Like, is this something that we want to say? Like, I can't believe that I'm disagreeing with this chick, but I just don't like how she's saying these things. Like, it's way, way too crazy. I refuse to believe that women would come up with nothing. There surely must be female inventors that exist out there beyond Marie Curie.
men produce 75% of the food. Without men, the electrical generating capacity for the nation would drop by 93%. Only 1/6 of all sewage pipes would be built. Women would have to wire up their own power plants, start working as car mechanics, trade their cushy air-conditioned careers for farming, build and maintain their own internet, and cut their average caloric intake from 3,600 calories to 890 calories. They would be forced to live in closets and grass huts because 97% of home building would be eliminated. According to Aaron Clarey, quote, the lines to the communal toilet would be longer than a Soviet bread line. I read an article that said a true matriarchy would be family and mother-centered and based on maternal ethics. I'll leave a citation in the description below if you want to read more about that. Under a matriarchy, maternal values as ethical principles would create an attitude of caretaking, nurturing, and peacemaking. But if this is true, then why have feminist women done everything possible in the past few decades to dissolve the family unit? The well-known philosopher feminist Simone de Beauvoir believed that women will never be free until they stop getting married and having children. The antinatalist message from feminists is that if you're a woman, marriage and children will make you unhappy and limit your freedom. That doesn't sound very maternal to me. There is one major flaw in the concept of matriarchies that is obvious.
So, okay. Think about it, guys. Think about it, chat. She just said that a matriarchy would promote maternal where is it? Gender egalitarian. Rather, they're all gender egalitarian societies, and many of them are fully egalitarian. That's what I would have expected. That's what I would have expected. Because there's no way a woman is... Why? I hate this website. This video is, I'm so annoyed. I'm almost crying. This is so fucking annoying. But okay. According to her, okay, maybe this isn't it. Well, let's see. What is this? Maternal. Okay. Somewhere she says, somewhere in here, it's saying that, okay. Oh my God. I can't, my brain is literally spiraling from the stupidity that I appear to be witnessing here. Okay. Matriarchies, okay, are supposedly, according to her, citing this source here, are maternal focused. But then she turns around and states feminism is not maternal focused. So, which is it? Like, literally, which is it? And then when I go to this website, it's saying it's not even so the reason why I'm annoyed by this matriarchal studies, which I think is stupid, is contrary to belief, none of these is a mere reversal of patriarchy. Rather, they're all gender egalitarian societies, and many of them are fully egalitarian, which means they have no hierarchies, class, nor domination of one gender by the other. So then, therefore, they are not matriarchies. Then they're not matriarchies. Why are we talking about here? Like, I'm sorry. Like, I am fully supportive of fairly egalitarian societies. Like, I am more egalitarian than probably my family would really like. But once again, this is my personality. It's who I am. It's how I live my life. And if I have to go to war and go to boot camp and pick up a gun and shoot somebody, I will do that if I have to. Because I'm also a very tall woman. So I'm physically more well, let's just say I'm taller than Party's boyfriend. Let's just say that. So like, I'm a big girl. I would be ready to pick up a gun. I can take a drone and I can shoot off a bomb, and I will be able to live with it. My issue with this whole thing here is that even though I'm an egalitarian, I would never call myself a matriarchal person. That is ridiculous. Egalitarian has nothing whatsoever to do. This is like feminists trying to like be like, oh, we're egalitarian. No, your feminism is about raising women to the height of men so that there's like slightly equal, and then I would say second, third, fourth wave, taking them above men. But this website is stupid. But then I want to agree with Aaron, but then Aaron comes out and says matriarchies are focused on maternal focused stuff, but feminism is not maternal focused. So which is it? What's happening here? I hope she explains this. I really hope she explains this. So far, it does not look like she's explaining it. She's just saying it somehow and then moving on. I'm really hoping she explains this one. Matriarchy. And then finally, what I'm also fucking annoyed about is she's treating women like we are all the same. I am not like the woman who wants to have the baby. So if there was a matriarchy, you can bet your bottom dollar that the ESTJs, the ENTJs, and the INTJs would absolutely step forward and basically behave like men and run it like men, but they would just be women. And they would make that sure that there was sewage. Do you think sewage was happening because men woke up and decided they want things to be clean and it was entirely a male idea? Civilization, as far as I'm concerned, is the combined force of male and female interests working together. Man want the booba, man fight for the booba. So it's not so simple to just like anyway, to just assume that all women would be complete dipshits and unable to come up with a good sewage system on their own is extremely annoying to me. That's annoying to me. That's infantilizing. That's as infantilizing as the feminists who are self-victimizing themselves. So we have a right-winger who's infantilizing women and basically saying we women wouldn't be capable of inventing something on our own. Or we have barely given anything to the world because she's generalizing her statements in such a moronic way, I can't even believe. And then on top of that, we have the feminists who are self-infantilizing women because it fits with their woo-bee rhetoric, so then they can blame men more. Like, how about we just say men, we need women? What's so hard about this? Why are we getting so defensive here? I'm kind of annoyed. But anyway, Let's keep going.
Men are the people who actually enforce laws and protect people's rights, including women's rights. due to the biological disparity between men and women that causes men to be stronger and more durable physically, along with the fact that most men can end the lives of most women with their bare hands. This means that men are the ones capable of allowing a matriarchy to exist. If society does become a matriarchy, it's because men would have allowed it to happen. And so by that logic, it's not a real matriarchy. All men would have to do is say, we're stopping this social experiment, and that would be the end of it.
Now, I would say that with technology, there's a higher chance of a matriarchy holding its ground. Like if they get an Iron Dome somehow working, made by white knights. They could have like an Iron Dome made by white knights. White knights build Iron Dome. But she is absolutely correct. It would not be a pure matriarchy in the sense, in which case then we are then pushed back to this website here, over here, where this website, so is she agreeing with this website? Is she agreeing that no matriarchy is a true matriarchy because it would have to happen because men let it happen? And is patriarchal societies completely exempt from changes either? Like if all the women up and decided to change something, are they not also capable of changing it? So are therefore patriarchal societies, like I wish she would state her I wish this was a bit more clearly defined, I guess. Matriarchy is one good thing, patriarchy is one bad thing. So egalitarian equals good equals matriarchy, I guess. Do you think all people are equal? No. Like, obviously not. Like, we have different IQs. We have different physicalities. I went to China. I met a bunch of men who are tinier than me. So if it was a war between white women and Chinese men or Filipino men, things might not go well. For the Chinese men, for sure, or the Filipino men. Incel hypersonic, femcell hypersonic missiles. Once again, I'm not prescribing to the idea that all people are equal, because that's obviously insane. There are some women who are smarter, like have a higher IQ than men, and there's some men who have physical characteristics that are stronger than women. But if we're talking globally or internationally, for example, there's racial dimorphism between the sexes is different. And so me going up against a South Asian male is radically different situation than me going up against a white Caucasian male, right? Yeah. But just because people are not equal doesn't mean that they wouldn't have equal impact on society if they didn't exist or if they decided to revolt. Like there are countless stories of people revolting against superior forces out of sheer desperation, and some of them did succeed. So it's not as clear as like, I have big gun, I win. Sometimes there are other things that can bring around something that's clearly superior. Like even something superior like the Roman Empire is going to come to an end. Like, and looking at that end, it's not always an issue of, oh, it was all the men's fault or all the women's fault. Sometimes it's just like people failed together. And if one side of the human equation, like females, fail, then all of humanity is screwed. And if one side of the human equation, males, fail, then humanity is screwed. I want to agree with her so badly because I also don't think matriarchies are a great idea. I just think well, let's keep going.
Women cannot impose matriarchy without the cooperation of men, but men can impose patriarchy without the cooperation of women. What would a matriarchy...
But if it's a complete patriarchy and if there is no give after a certain period of time, it will collapse. Something will give somewhere. Because if you, and by patriarchy, I mean like, I should qualify this because not all patriarchies are negative, obviously. But a negative patriarchy will not stand any more than a matriarchy will. I think patriarchies are more likely to survive because I have personal religious beliefs that suggest that there are reasons why males are placed in positions of authority. But I happen to think that there's a reason why imbalanced patriarchies fail just as hard and epically as a matriarchy. But if a patriarchy is run correctly, there's a higher chance that it will last a bit longer. And it will do better things. Greater things. But I don't think it's because the men are doing all the work and the women are sitting around with thumbs up their asses. In fact, that is part of the problem with the fainting couch feminists that I have, is that they are infantilizing women to the point where women, and there are Christian women who hang around and just believe whatever a man tells her to believe about the Bible instead of, I don't know, theologically training herself to question things and be like, oh, hey, this doesn't seem theologically correct. So we have actually caused women to infantilize themselves to the point where they are, to a certain degree, removing some of their, in my opinion, God-given giftings that could, help the men in their lives make society better. But I don't like how when people talk about patriarchies, the actual role that women play within society is somehow diminished. I don't like that. And similarly, I don't like how when women try to diminish male achievement, I don't like that either. Like, why can't we celebrate both of people's achievements, both of the reasons why we need them on this planet? Like, I just think like the rhetoric around this can get so weird so fast. And if you're not very careful, it comes out really bad. I mean, not many mammals with female dominate hierarchy. It's just nature. Yeah. I would not argue that females are intended to dominate. That's why I want to agree with Erin. But I think Erin is going about this not as well as I would like. And just because I support the males in my life, and just because I happen to believe that there are some arguments to be made for strong male presence in society, does not mean that I support certain behaviors of current patriarchal societies who have a habit of kidnapping female relatives and forcing them into airplanes without their consent, or drowning them in a toilet because they didn't want to wear their head covering. So I have a bit of a hang up, I will admit. I have a bit of a hang up about certain patriarchal societies coming from a certain part of the planet. But in general, I would, if I could believe in humans generally, I would lean more toward a patriarchy than a matriarchy. But I also think men are fucked up. So that's one reason why, like, if we're going to fuck ourselves up, we might as well all vote together and just do it and take responsibility. But I also believe that if men are running the matriarchy, or sorry, the patriarchy, Freudian slip. I also happen to think anyone who places themselves in a position of authority will be doubly judged by God. So that kind of can help me sleep at night if let's say a patriarchy was instituted tomorrow in Canada, for some bizarre reason, I would at least know that every single male who made a decision for me, for some bizarre reason that they were doing that, every single bad decision that they made for me, they will be judged doubly by God because they are in the position of authority. Just like teachers and judges and all of that will be doubly judged. Yeah. If we're going to go with that whole, theological framework. But if you don't believe in God, then you're kind of fucked. Then you can basically do what you want. You can be an asshole if you want. And you can run around and do bullshit to people, whether you're a male or female. And you're going to feel like there's nothing that you need to fear necessarily about the afterlife. So you might feel like, YOLO. But generally speaking, I think if you're a judge or a teacher or a politician, you have to bear a certain responsibility, I think. But anyway, let's keep going. Let's try to get through this. Oh my Lord.
Be like. If we want to know what a matriarchal society would be like, we can take a look at our primate relatives. Within other primate species, matriarchy only exists in bonobos. Chimpanzees live in a social structure where there are alpha males, and the high-status males mate with all the females. They spend their time making and using tools, as well as bonding with each other in the form of grooming. Chimps have the highest IQ of all animals. Bonobos, on the other hand, spend all their time engaging in various forms of sexual behavior with each other. Their activities revolve around sex, even incestuous sex. The female bonobos form bonds against the males through sociosexual contact because the females use sex to control the males. Bonobos are polyamorous and use sex for communication and social cohesion, but in the wild they have never been observed to cooperatively hunt or use tools. And I'll leave a citation in the description if you want to know more about that. Within bonobo tribes, there exists full sexual freedom, including all forms of incest. The normalization of unrestricted sexual freedom was part of the ideology of the women who pioneered the second feminist movement. Bonobos' lives revolve around sexual intercourse and nothing else. Compare how they live to how we've been living in the past few decades. More importance is now placed on sex than ever before. Sexual identity, sexual preference, and sexual expression are more celebrated than ever before.
I think this connection is interesting. But I think looking at nature is always a mistake. It's always a mistake. It's like people coming and being like, well, these chimps are having same-sex relationships, so it's okay for us to do that. And I'm like, oh, no. Bonobos do not engage in violent inter-tribe contact. Chimps do. Take that as you will. Okay, which monkeys cannibalize themselves? Let's see here. Cannibalize each other. Which, what do we call monkeys or apes? Cannibalism. Chimpanzee cannibalism. Are chimpanzees cannibals? Hippie apes caught cannibalizing their young. 11 creatures that eat their own species. Okay, well, anyway, let's keep going. No one knows why chimpanzees red. On December 2nd, 2014, researchers Hitonaru Nishie and Michio Nakamura witnessed a birth in the Mahale Mountains in Tanzania. Hey, isn't Tanzania near where Ben lives? Anyway, for unknown reasons, this mother had not taken her maternity leave. She delivered in front of about 20 other chimps. As Nishie and Nakamura watched, the infant was snatched immediately after delivery and consequently cannibalized by an adult male. A sight that led them to argue that cannibalism is the reason a chimpanzee mother often leaves her group before labor begins. And apparently, chimpanzees will eat other chimpanzees, yada, yada, yada. So they're not surviving on chimps alone, but they will, although chimps and monkeys are both primates, there are enough differences, including monkey tails, a feature missing in chimps that is not identified as cannibalism. The preferred method of consuming this prey, or at least the juveniles, is by cracking open the skull and eating the brain first, and consuming brains is a food practice for another time. Oh, that's Tasmania. Sorry. Tanzania is probably in Africa. Okay. Yeah. Tasmania. Okay. So, no. All right. So, Tanzania is probably in Africa, actually. I just think referring to nature is never good. Just don't do it. Just don't refer to nature. What are we doing here? Nature has seahorses who carry the baby after it's born. Like, let's not look at, let's just leave, let's leave nature out of this. We're going to discount this argument because it's, I wouldn't go down this path.
There has been an
And by the way, the feminists who went and pointed at bonobos as being some sort of matriarchal paradise, they need to get their brains checked. What are you doing, women? Stop it. Like, I'm sick and tired of people pointing at chimps and apes and monkeys as being some sort of like noble, natural human lifestyle. Like, stop it. When she looks at chimps and bonobos, she's actually feeding into the feminist rhetoric by even giving it a second thought. Like, what are we doing here? Like, we need to just, no. Stop looking at nature. It has nothing whatsoever to do with us. At least that's my belief. Of course, some of you guys might be evolutionists, so that's up to you. But I think that's ridiculous. I don't even know. We should throw poo at each other. May the fans and AC smile upon you. I have fans.
Erosion of sexual
fans.
inhibitions,
Rest
with
well and
polyamory
reckon.
being normalized and replacing monogamous marriage. The sex positivity movement encourages young people to partake in sexual experimentation and orientation, pursuing pleasure as a leisurely pastime instead of something that can result in the creation of another human being. This hedonistic worldview rising to prominence has coincided with women taking over positions of influence and gaining power over men through dating apps. I know correlation doesn't equal causation, but I think this is more than a coincidence.
Okay. I am all for like saying that females are whack and out of control, but just like I think there's a line where a woman has to take responsibility for choosing to be with unhealthy partners, men have to take responsibility for feeding into this and going for the booba. And in my opinion, I think men wanted sex. And so when women came out and said, yeah, I'm good with contraceptives, let's have free sex, guys were all over that. And we have to kind of like not just blame women here for this. I think men ceded power for booty. Except for except for certain countries in the world who proceeded to still treat women very terribly. And they became basically kind of like the scary monster, the very real scary monster under the bed of how women could be poorly treated. Because there's no way you're telling me that putting on a burqa and not being able to drive, even though I don't drive, but there's no way you're going to tell me that that's something that would make me happy and would actually bring contentment to my life. Like, that's just not, like, that's a big no for me. That's a big no. And like I said, I think we can dial back the woman power without completely losing the plot and justifying, like I said, kidnapping of women and dragging them back to their country against their consent. Like, that is just wild to me. Swedish men are like male seahorses. Do you know for some reason, Arm? Disagree. We should throw poop at each other. Chimps are insanely violent. Yeah, I don't see why she's talking about chimps. What I would talk about is what happened at the end of the Roman Empire, what happened at the end of the British Empire, and what happened at the end of the Byzantine Empire, and what happened at the end of the Ottoman Turk Empire. And I think if we look at those societies and look at what caused them to fall apart, you'll discover it's not actually just the women doing women things that caused things to fall apart. It was also men just failing and doing human errors, mistakes, becoming soft, choosing personal peace and prosperity over the good of the community, pursuing wealth and power. So I just think, like, there's so many other cases we could look at to ask ourselves, why do major human, even patriarchal civilizations fall apart? And we could maybe start looking at that to see, but I just don't see why we have to look at a chimp or a bonobo for that matter.
Do we really want to live like bonobos? Is that
No.
progress?
No.
I was always led to believe it was men who are sex-crazed apes, but I'm starting to think it's actually women.
How about both? How about we just say both? Like, why does it have to be either or? Like, why do we have to feed into this false thing where it's like, oh, it's the men's fault, it's all the men's fault, or oh, it's all the women's fault, it's all the women's fault? How about it's like both people are fucked up and they don't know how to talk about things with each other? Ugh. Anyway, let's keep going. Let's try. I'm trying, guys.
The emergence of OnlyFans demonstrates women's willingness to accept all forms of sexual behavior, no matter the consequences. Modern feminists teach that being a sex worker is empowering. They don't see anything wrong with making money off the weaknesses of men. According to feminism, men deserve to be exploited. I personally don't have any contempt for the young women who make a living off of creating explicit content. In fact, I have compassion for them. Many of them don't realize that they're making a Faustian deal and that their lifestyle choices might come back to haunt them.
Well, remember that one girl who had sex with like 100 guys or whatever, and then a few days later she was like crying because like she was psychologically just, even though it was 100% consensual and she knew what she wanted going into it, she didn't understand the psychological impact it would have to have 100 dicks up her vag over the period of 24 or 48 hours or whatever. YouTube deleted your comment 5 times that. Oh, was there another one? Okay. Well, Leo, you can always DM me or put it in general chat or something. if YouTube deletes your comment. But all of that to say is that women who are in OnlyFans, I agree with her, are making a deal with the devil. A lot of them do not like it. But oh, well then never mind. Ignoring bipartisan condemnation over the belief that women are fully fledged. Put more news at 8. Like I just like like, can we just say women victimizing themselves is bad, but also men victimizing themselves? Like, but I do agree with her that there is this lie that women tell other women that you can go out and behave like a man with sex and you will be fine. When a lot of women, in my opinion, and I think a portion of men, like Leo, are actually emotionally damaged by having constant casual sex. There are humans, and a large portion of them, I believe, are women and some men who cannot and should not take part in that kind of business. And it's maybe for the good of society that they do not. And it's a very unfortunate lie when you tell women, oh, you'll be fine with this, when actually long term they look back and then they will generally regret it. Because, yeah, there's a biological, probably inherent thing related to it. How women are made or evolved, if you want to believe in that. But I still... she's also not talking about the second wave Puritanism movement, which was actually against porn and against women empowering themselves through sex. She's skipped over the third wave feminist push for female empowerment through sex, and she's as yet to touch on the fourth wave feminist movement, which is a return back to the puritanical movement. So, like, to even say that feminists know what they want is also a wild thing, because, like, there's groups of women who disagree with each other on how women should behave. So, like, I can assure you that there's groups of feminists who have very different ideas about who's at fault and who's to blame and stuff like that. Men and women regret it, probably.
Live in a highly unforgiving society where the smallest recorded mistake can affect a person for the rest of his or her life, even if that mistake was made a long time ago.
Yeah, that's unfortunate.
The push to remove the social stigma associated with sex workers and promiscuity shows how obsessed with sex our society has become. I
also agree that our society has become really obsessed with sex. For sure. But is it entirely because of feminism and women? Do we really want to assert that? Can we also, like, talk about how men are the other half of this problem? It just feels a bit one-sided, that's all. But anyway,
this could be a byproduct of women's ascension to power, and if matriarchy takes over, we can expect more and more tolerance of what were considered to be sexual taboos in the past.
Do you think the matriarchy would lead to more PDFs? I don't know. Feel like it has a lot to do with a bit of Western taboos. What do you mean, tab? I have been looking on the Sex AI for a paper I'm writing. Oh. Why am I not surprised? I can talk to you later. It's interesting. Okay. Please do, tab. Please do. I guess my whole issue is like, without getting into it, the Byzantium Empire fell apart because it became socioeconomically weak and it was unable to hold its ground, its territory. But there was a little minuscule portion of Byzantium that survived for quite a period of time after, which was known as Trebizond. And Trebizond was run by a king called King David of Komnenos. Komnenos. Anyway, there's some talk about how his court was probably a hive of pederasty, to put it bluntly. Because I guess that part of the world, they sure do love them some guy on boy action, and it seeped into the Ottoman Turk Empire. I'd be very interested to see if there's a correlation between the Ottoman Turk Empire eventually falling apart and the rise of bath boys. But all of that to say is that there are so many factors that went into a society that's falling apart or is no longer functional. North America was invaded by the equivalent of Christian jihadists. Not a huge surprise. There are lingering remains. Christian jihadists. What's a Christian jihadist? Are you talking about the initial Puritans? Or are you talking about Vikings? Because I'm pretty sure Vikings weren't. So I'm going to guess that you're going out on a limb here and talking about Puritans. Now, I'm not sure about the Puritans who fled persecution from England and Holland and came to America. I'm not sure which part of the Puritans they are, but not all Puritans are the same. So I'm very cautious about talking about the Puritans who arrived in America because I'm not sure which Puritan group they're from. Which Puritans were they? Because there's different Puritan groups. And you have to understand that because Puritans, in my opinion, made a mistake of going into politics, they were politically smeared by, I think it was King Charles I who came after them, but I could be wrong. I'll reach out to a Christian church history professor I know, or I'll ask my parents. Oh, Roger Williams. I remember Roger Williams. And Hutchinson. Yeah, it looks like the Puritans themselves had many groups. We're not going to get into that, but I would be very cautious, Arm, about conflating a statement about a group of people that you might not know much about. It's kind of like people who conflate all Protestants together. They don't understand that there's actually like a wide spectrum. And even within the Puritans, there were subcultural groups that were completely different from each other. So I wouldn't go around saying jihadists. That's a very inappropriate word to use, I think. Let's keep going.
In The Coddling of the American Mind, Jonathan Haidt describes a shift that began taking place in the mid-2010s.
Okay, so she's quoting somebody that I respect a bit more. Okay, so let's see what she says.
Riots began breaking out at universities because students started getting emotionally triggered by the policies of their campuses. In 2015, students demanded the resignation of staff members at Yale due to an email that was sent out pertaining to the rules of dressing up for Halloween. A video posted online shows students surrounding a staff member and screaming at him, accusing him of making them feel unsafe and not at home on campus. It's hard to believe that their emotional breakdowns were over Halloween costumes, but it's true. This wasn't an isolated incident. At other universities like Berkeley, students started becoming unhinged due to the content taught in their classes and in the lectures given by invited speakers, prompting the universities to provide comfort rooms for triggered students to retreat to that contained coloring books and puppies so that they could emotionally recover after getting upset over parts of the curriculum of a class. This wave of crippling emotional stability that we've seen correlates with the rise of female students outnumbering the males by a substantial amount in universities. Many of these students had never heard a person speak an opinion that they didn't agree with, and they put all their effort into making sure it stayed that way.
Okay, so I don't disagree with her about the state of the university. I do think it is that bad. Like I said, I've seen it for myself. I know that in Canada, she's speaking about America, but I know that in Canada, there's a policing of speech that is anti-academic. It's antithetical to academic inquiry. It has led to less than rigorous research. It leads to parroting. It leads to groupthink. It leads to bullying. It leads to a whole load of issues that I think have severely undermined the credibility of the humanities in particular. It makes me very sad. So I am not questioning what Haidt reports here. However, I feel that this is a case of looking at the fruit on the tree and not thinking about what's happening in the roots underneath the tree. And so for me, I do think that there is a shift in the energy of this society to hyper compassion, which, for example, there's a warning about hypercompassion in Endwalker, actually. If you know where it is, you will know where it is. But essentially, I think hypercompassion, which is basically like an overspilling of the feminine energy of the society, that has been manifested to a large degree. But I don't believe that we can draw a direct correlation between that and simply presence of women. It's how we raise the women. It's how we train our women. It's how we deal with our women. It's how we coddle our women. And it's how we have allowed certain ideas to spread that were actually propagated by men, certain philosophers and thinkers who have allowed this to propagate further. So to suggest that just because there's a bunch of women at school means suddenly that everything has gotten weird is, once again, I think too generalizing. It's looking at some, it doesn't answer it everything for me. It doesn't explain why standards have become so skewed. It doesn't explain entirely the tone policing and all of that. I think there's larger ideological pushes that were not just made by women, but also by men. And it is not simply an outflow of just women do exist. However, after saying all of that, I will say that I was very sad to see that when I left in 2008 to go to China, I remembered seeing probably like a 60-40 in favor of women at my university. Then when I came back 9 years later, it was down to like a 90-10% difference, where almost every single person that I saw in humanities was a woman. If female teachers, female students, female everything, barely any males. And the few males that were there were either there for an elective at the lower levels, like first and second years, and some of them were straight. And any guy who hung around for very long was either a white knight or was gay. No word of a lie. Now, I'm sure that maybe there is a university out there where all of the English literature students are all males and they're all hiding somewhere. Please tell me where they are. I would like to go hang out with them. But your average attendee at university these days are women. And we have to ask ourselves, why is that? Is it because the women are taking away from the men? And part of me is like, no, I don't think that's the case. I think men have become passive and have decided not to fight for things. That's for sure. But on another thing is perhaps the mode of education has become so messed up, compromised, that the humanities no longer is a viable place to go study. And it doesn't also give money compared to STEM and business. So if you're a guy who wants to make it in this world, you're not going to study a degree that may not get you a really good teaching job. If you want to be a teacher, you can go and get your English or your history degree and, get your teaching degree afterwards. But I think a lot of men don't want to go into that field because it does not interest them. They don't want to teach small children. They don't want to teach young people. A lot of guys don't want to do that. So you're going to see a lot of women in the humanities because the men are just simply not wanting to be there. And I think the women made it worse by making the humanities a complete joke. So now the humanities doesn't have anything that a man would want to see, because it's completely subjective. There's no attempt to be I shouldn't say there's no, because that's exaggerating, but there's a very little effort made to do like close reading and like try to approach things more rationally or logically, right? Or objectively. And so I think you could see a lot of guys just being like, nah, never mind, right? Never mind about that. And then if we look at Canadian, let's say, yeah, 40 in Canada. %, men are attending uni and 58% women. So there's more women going to university. That's a problem. And then Um, here we go. Gender distribution of bachelor's degrees in the humanities. Women have consistently earned a larger share of humanities degrees than men, but the humanities constitute a diminishing proportion of bachelor degrees earned by women. So 62% of human bachelor degrees awarded in 2022 were female. Fine and performing arts were most likely the humanities in the share going to women, 64%. Health and medical sciences, 85%. Education, 74%. Social sciences, 67%. Engineering and management, 24 and 47% were, that's where the men are dominating. Engineering and business and management. Among the humanities disciplines that can be tracked back to the mid-1960s, the share of bachelor degrees earned by women increased from 54% in 1966 to almost 61% in 2022. So basically, English and literature is dominated by women. Big surprise. Among the historical categories, disciplines in language and literature had the largest share of women completing degrees in almost every year for which data exists, with linguistics, English, and language and literatures and other than English all awarding 68 to 73% of their degrees to women in 2022. Philosophy, interestingly enough, has been held by men for a long time. So she's not wrong, but I just wonder, is it because of the presence of women or is it because of how it's being taught? Is it how we're raising our women? Anyway, let's hopefully 1:30. Oh my gosh.
Conservative students and staff members have been targeted and bullied into silence, too afraid to disagree with the students who are protesting to get all conservative ideas removed from their university.
I will admit that I was also, even though I consider myself to be like a center right, and you know, I'm very much of more of an egalitarian, and I'm very open to LGBTQ plus whatever living their best lives. I became increasingly angry when I was silenced in class over the stupidest things because a woman couldn't deal with the fact that she had an abortion and she chose to do it. And she decided to take umbrage and read into what I said as being malicious when I was just sharing a story about my mother's miscarriage. So I have been unjustly silenced and name called ever since the beginning, back in 2001. And I consider myself to be fairly open-minded. And I absolutely think that there is unreasonable censorship, and it is based off of a hyper-compassion. And I do think it is linked to a feminine energy, kind of like in general. But when I say that, I'm not trying to link it directly to women specifically. Men can also become possessed by this, and it's more like a spirit, not an actual oh, I have booba. I now have no brain. I now can't invent things. So this is where I take umbrage at this because it's a bit too... what she's saying is partially true, but it's not actually looking at like the fundamental issues that are driving some of these transformations that have more to do with human issues, socioeconomic and political, human ideological agendas, and not so much necessarily about the women involved, although there are women involved. I agree more with the video if I change the word women with feminists. Yeah, kind of, Leo. I just feel like she throws around the word woman so much, and it's eradicating women who are different. It's eradicating women who don't agree. Like even from the beginning where she was like women on TikTok, it's like not all of us are on TikTok. Not all of us have exited our brains out of our skulls into like not all of us are parrots. So I feel like how she talks about things is sometimes so generalized as to be useless, really. So anyway, let's keep going.
These female-dominated academic institutions clearly don't support free speech.
No, they don't.
And they require intellectual obedience to feminist-approved ideologies.
Yes, they do. Okay.
Higher education is supposed to be about acquiring truthful knowledge, not the precedence of feelings over facts.
True.
This is clearly the origin of cancel culture.
Yeah.
I think what's happening on college campuses gives us a glimpse of what's to come if our society continues its matriarchal trajectory.
Well, I think cancel culture has existed as long as humanity has existed. Let's all be real here. People were canceling themselves long before feminine energy cropped up in Western society. You don't need to be in a matriarchy to experience cancel culture. Cancel culture can exist in a patriarchal society where they cancel you by throwing you off of a mountain or a building, or they cancel you by drowning you in a toilet, or some other things like pushing you into a river after they drug you in your car. Don't know why I would know about that. So I think there are definite ways that people will cancel other people, sometimes quite radically, to the point of, removing them from the living sphere. Tons of people, like technically Galileo got canceled by the Roman Catholic Church. So once again, like there's tons of people who were threatened with cancellation or were canceled. I mean, technically Joan of Arc was also probably technically canceled, wasn't she? So anyhow, so all of that to say, like, people get canceled all the time. The Puritans were canceled. That doesn't mean anything to me. I don't think that's indicative of a particularly matriarchal or feminist movement. I think that's just human behavior. We don't like what this person's saying, we remove them. That it's that simple. Technically a whole bunch of Catholics got canceled when Stalin took over Russia. Buddhism got canceled by Mao Zedong when he instituted the Great Leap Forward. So yeah, she was fired, I think. She was fired.
We know that feminists use standpoint theory to rewrite history to suit their bias.
That's a good one, Ben.
They have no qualms with suppressing facts that get in the way of how they want people to feel about feminism.
Yeah.
For them, feelings must be regulated. Feelings must be protected at all costs, even at the expense of truth. This is leading to a society in which some emotions are acceptable, but others are not, and any emotional deviance will not be tolerated. In conclusion, matriarchy isn't going to solve women's problems, and it certainly won't solve men's problems either.
No.
Women seem to think that if only they could be in charge, everything would be fair, balanced, and peaceful.
I've actually heard women say that unironically, and I laugh my fucking head off. No one in their right mind believes that if women were magically in charge, everything would be okay. No, it would not be okay. No, like only the most deluded of women who have completely lost the plot and they're like, no. We all know this isn't true. But yeah, obviously some women probably will delude themselves into thinking this, but this is like patently false. Women put their pants on, just like men do in the morning. They're capable of getting sick, falling ill, becoming ambitious, becoming prideful. Women kill, people just like men do, except like with poison. I think they prefer to use poison. But anyway, long story short, like to suggest that like somehow there would be some instantaneous magic wand waved over the world if women were in charge, I think that's ludicrous.
I've heard people say that we could have a utopia if women were to run the world, but I think it's evident that matriarchy is only going to make things worse. It will further feminize boys, turning them into weak and incompetent men. It will impose communism-like policies that will destroy what's left of our meritocracy. This means that people will no longer be motivated to achieve great things. Marxism looks good on paper, but in practice it causes nothing but misery. And if you think that communism isn't so bad, then you don't know enough about it. The answer is not to replace men in power with women, because power corrupts both sexes. That was the point of the end of Game of Thrones. Even a woman who started off being merciful and kind became a murderous tyrant in the end because power corrupts everyone. The solution for a better world is for women to invest in their children. Raise your boys to become good men by not leaving them at daycare with a stranger for 10 hours a day. Instead of working full-time to give your kid a tablet and an iPhone, focus on giving them a mom and a dad at home if you want them to be advantaged. If you're a woman who's thinking about divorce, instead of prioritizing your sexual satisfaction, work out the differences you have with your husband so you can provide your son or daughter with a male role model. Kids don't need a bigger house. They need values instilled in them. While you spend your life earning a paycheck, your kids are at home with their smartphones, looking at X-rated material, sending nude pictures to each other, and either bullying another kid or being bullied themselves. Now more than ever, we need women to be actively engaged in parenthood. We need women to make being a mother their #1 priority in life. We can't control what men do. And to be honest, today's men are probably not going to change. The women who wanted the right to vote said they wanted the opportunity to determine the future. But if you really want to have a say in the future, put your efforts into raising children. We may not be able to change the men of today, but we can create the men of tomorrow. Thank you for listening and watching my video. If you have any book recommendations for me or any thoughts you'd like to share, feel free to leave me a comment down below. Thank you again for watching, and I will see you in my next video.
Okay. There's a very famous saying, the hand that rocks the cradle rules the world. And I definitely believe that a male and a female can have a deep impact on their children. And the first lie that the state tells you is that you aren't needed in your child's life. And this kind of push, I think, was partially to basically activate workers in the field. There's probably other ideological bullshit going on behind the scenes. I can only speculate, put some tinfoil hat on. But essentially, at the end of the day, it is important for women to understand that one of the most powerful things that they can be and that they can do is be a mother. However, that being said, I still think it comes full circle, right? Like she said, you know, we shouldn't, you know, we shouldn't be pursuing a matriarchy. But in my opinion, there is a silent matriarchy that does exist, albeit not on a political framework, where women are treating men like children, and they place prioritization on their children over their relationship with the males in their lives. And do you know where I've seen that? In Christian homeschooling circles. I have seen Christian homeschooling moms treat their husbands like children and place more importance on their children and the welfare of their children than their husband, their partner. And they are, for all intents and purposes, behaving as a matriarchal force. Now, is it a whole political system? No. But it does exist, actually. And so, once again, we have to be careful here because it is valid and praiseworthy to encourage women to pursue motherhood should they wish it. But to focus only on the mothers at her as her ending spiel feels to me still like it's falling into this trap of trying to it's still over focusing on women at the end of the day. It's not just about women being good mothers. It's about women being good human beings, being intelligent, informed. It's about pushing yourself and improving. And it's about not being a parrot, not just following what your husband or what the women in the community are doing. My issue with women in universities isn't that they are attempting to educate themselves. It's that the education that they have formed over time has only transformed into something that is lacking rigor and confrontation. And that the reason why these males and females in university who are falling apart because someone disagreed with them, someone made them feel uncomfortable, the reason behind that is because they were not raised with resilience in mind. They were disempowered by either devouring mothers or tyrannical fathers, or a combination. They were disempowered by the state, and they will require the state to make them feel safe. And this disempowerment may or may not be purposeful. That's like tinfoil hat theory time. But I don't think it's just an issue with feminism. I don't think feminism is just the answer to that. And saying, oh, every woman should just be a mom is not the answer either. I think that's a big mistake too. It's more than just being a mother. It's being a good person who then can become a good mother. So I wish I could agree with Erin on all counts, but I think her quoting Andrew Tate was a mistake. Her quoting Candace Owens, not so bad, but still like, I don't know. She quoted Haidt. That's good. Her source materials, almost non-existent. Pointed towards bonobos, a big mistake. The feminists did that. That was a mistake. Why are you doing that? Like, I get that you want to debunk it, but don't then point to chimps as some sort of superior society. Like, just don't go to nature at all, really. It's usually a mistake. You end up having to cherry pick data like crazy. I I think it would be more interesting to have seen an actual breakdown of the matriarchal tribes that do exist or supposedly exist. I think it would have been interesting to look at why certain large political structures did fall apart and maybe talk about like what role, if any, women played in those societal collapses. And I think I took umbrage to this idea that this website had that matriarchies were egalitarian, which is weird to me. Matriarchies should be prioritizing females. So that was weird. The website was hand wavy, and then her discussion of it was also hand wavy. So I think I was disappointed all around. But maybe I'm being nitpicky, and maybe I'm just being too... Maybe I just haven't formulated my own thoughts on it. I just know that I don't want to be mistreated simply because I had the misfortune of being born with a pair of booba and a vag. And I think it might be my personality, it might be my background, but when I hear people talking about it like this, I literally start struggling with dysphoria all over again, because I think I really prize my ability to be independent and to pursue the interests that I want. And I don't want, if I want to move tomorrow to Japan, I should be able to get on a jet plane and do what I want, insofar as I'm not breaking the law. And this idea that I need to be coddled and infantilized, whether it's a feminist infantilizing me or if it's a patriarchal person infantilizing me, I don't want it to happen. I just don't. I don't like it when feminists try to make me a woobie, and I don't like it when a patriarchal person tries to treat me like I'm a child and I don't know what I want, because like I do know what I want. Now, I will admit that there are lots and lots of women who have allowed themselves to be gaslit by other women into thinking that they don't want to have children or a family. And then usually they'll figure out that they do want to have one. Usually it all gets sorted out. But because it's happening later, there is more of a struggle with having the baby safely and all of that. And so I think there is an unfortunate skewing in our society that does tend to demonize or at least devalue women who opt to remain home. And I think that is very unfortunate. And that's why I do push for valuing and possibly paying women who remain home to cook and clean and even homeschool their kids. So yeah, there are robots for that nowadays. Yeah. So anyway, I don't know. That was heavy. It is now almost 2 a.m. I'm like 3 hours past. I'm sweating like a pig. My earphones are probably like pools of sweat because, you know, Pavo me can't afford I can't afford an air conditioner. No, I could probably afford an air conditioner if I wanted to, but I just you know, it is what it is. Checking the stream. I'm trying to see how we did tonight. Okay. Not as many, but it is summertime, so still okay. Yeah. All right. Does chat want to we'll come to Elden Ring later today, but does chat want to share their opinion on this matter? Do you think matriarchies would fail? Why do you think matriarchies would fail? What does chat think? Do you think we're actually living in a matriarchy today? I think that was also a bit extreme. I wouldn't say we're living in a matriarchy. I just think that we have entered into a psychological sphere as a whole society that is more feminized, but I don't think we are actually in a matriarchy. Some okay points, but terrible reasoning in both videos. Yeah. I like the message of the idea that a matriarchy would fail, because I do think it would fail. But I wish it was stronger reasoning. They would fail because they'll go to war eventually and get completely destroyed. Yes. And I think that was one of my initial things, is if you weren't run by a correct woman, like if you don't have a Margaret Thatcher in charge or a Queen Elizabeth I in charge, I think you got a problem. I think things are going to get rough. And we know it gets rough because it gets rough for men. Like I said, King David of Trebizond was a weak male, and he was eventually run over by the jihadists of the Middle East. And they essentially ended Trebizond as we know it. So it can happen to weak male leadership as much as it could happen to a female leadership. Yeah. Anyone else here in chat have any opinions? Is Arm in here? Arm is going to be so glad he didn't listen to the rest of this video, because it would probably have had him like losing his hair or molding. Just checking Discord. Leo and Sim talking about... Yeah, in Canada, you get paid every month for any child you might have under the age of 18. Is there anyone alive out there? Arm is going to bed. Yeah. That was a rough video. That was very rough. Good night, Arm. Everyone is gone, crying. Yeah. Maybe it's just a bunch of lurkers. So we got two chatty people, Ben and Leo, in here. But you know what? I think now is as good time as ever to finish. But did anyone want to broach another topic before we close out the evening? Did anyone want to ask a question or anything? Or share an opinion about anything before we close out the evening? Or King Louis the 16th, who didn't even want to have sex with his wife. Well, he might have been having sex with someone else, surely, though, right? Leo is good. Yeah. Are you jealous of my fantasy life progress? Oh my lord. What is your fantasy life progress? I'm scared. Did you get further? Did you rank up more to experts? Oh no. Rank 5 gear? Oh my lord. Oh my lord. Ben. I have a feeling Hunter is your favorite, isn't it? That is so wild. Guys, Ben, we've lost Ben to Fantasy Life I. The girl who leapt through time. Like, Ben, we've lost him. He's gone. He's got master level Hunter. Oh my gosh. So done. But you should feel very proud, Ben. You should feel very proud. You've been no-lifing that thing. I played a bit of WoW the other day for video reasons, and I got to something called Red Ridge, and there was a guy who was a fighter in a ring, and he wouldn't help us join to fight the war. and I had to go find all of his old company mates. It was like kind of like making the company of heroes again. And then I had to like find his gear and his wife's ring or something. Anyway, and then he's like instantaneously, he's like, I changed my mind. I'm going to help fight. And it's like, oh, all right. PTSD be gone. But it was actually kind of fun. Like, it was actually a really cool little side quest that I enjoyed. So that was fun. What was his name? John J. Heeson? Something like that. It was pretty cool. But beyond that, oh, and I did a little bit of I played through a bit of Endwalker again at the beginning to check the beginning pacing. Holy moly, guys. Holy moly. Oh my gosh. Endwalker. That one. Sloge. It might make... Now, once again, Endwalker is maybe my favorite expansion, but for various reasons. But it's more to do with literary stuff, not to do with necessarily like plot stuff. Anyway, but if we look at it from a video game perspective in terms of pacing, it's not very... it makes Dawntrail look like it's clipping along. I'm going to be frank. Like, some of those cutscenes, yeah, they needed the time. I got that. I don't hate it, okay? But if we're stepping back from whether I loved it or hated it, if we just step back and think about time spent watching cutscenes and clicking through dialogue, Endwalker has a lot going on. Even compared to, I think, Shadowbringers. Yeah. Yeah, so... Wait 1 second. F35 equals... F35. Now, bizarrely enough, Endwalker has less cutscenes than Shadowbringers, but I feel like it has longer cutscenes, if that makes sense. Now, I haven't actually completed it. I'm kind of stuck. So, Ben, I might need your help with Tower of Zot, because it turns out that the wiki doesn't have information about cutscenes and stuff post-dungeon. So, usually for the post-dungeon stuff, I would just look online, but I can't. So, I actually have to run the dungeon, unlock it, so that I can unlock the next scene, so then I can tabulate the data further. But right now, Shadowbringer still has more cutscenes than Endwalker. They just feel longer. You think we can do that? Yeah. Kishin was the Rambo homage. Was that in the video of the new guy playing WoW? Day 9? Yeah. I'm in Red Ridge right now, Sim, and I'm moving to Duskwood soon. And I'm going to be honest, Sim. If I have time, I might stream a little WoW stream where I'm just playing through and just chatting with people. But honestly, like, it was fairly relaxing. I'm just curious if any of it will matter. Like, if at the end of the whole area, after we do all of the zones and help all of the zones, if there's going to be a final cutscene where we can see all of the people that we helped, don't tell me. Don't say yes or no. But that's how I would have done it. I would have gone from zone to zone to zone to zone, helping everyone. And then there would be like a final cutscene where you could see, obviously it's WoW, so you're not seeing your character, but you could see all of the people like joining you in a final push. And you could see Kishin, and you could see Sealdan, Saldine, and you could see Horatio, unless Horatio is bad. He could be bad. But like you could see like the major commanders that you've been helping and stuff. Like that would be fantastic if we could see that. But I don't know. But anyway, I gotta find time. There are other things I gotta do, and my sister's boyfriend is visiting, so yes. Sim, I know we make a joke about you living in Sudbury. You probably don't live in Sudbury, but is it hot where you are? Because I'm dying where I am in the north of Canada. So I'm just curious if you're dying as well from heat. Is it hot where you are? Do you have AC? Do you have central air? Because I'm definitely feeling sorry. We got AC. Why are you saying sorry? You're so that's nice for you. I don't have AC, so my hair, I washed it yesterday. I have a feeling I'm gonna have to wash it again soon because the amount of sweat inside of my head is probably disgusting. Oh, and guys, I'm very proud to say, I was sharing this with I forget who I was talking about it with. Guys, you know Thor, like Pirate Software Thor, like this guy with the hair. My hair isn't, do you see how his hair goes down kind of to his elbow? My hair isn't quite there yet, but my hair is definitely at this level right here. And it looks like this thick. My hair is so huge. But when I brush it, lots of it falls out because I think like there's just not enough space on my scalp, so it just comes out. But anyway, so my hair is like getting to Thor levels of crazy. So I think probably toward the end of the year. I'm sorry, I can't share my AC. That's all right, Sim. I hope though that you do keep cool because it does feel like in the north of Ontario right now it's quite warm. Sorry, I can't share your pain. Leo, do you have short hair or long hair? I know that Ben is lacking. I know Ben is lacking. I could send Ben a wig of my hair. I think Sim is also lacking. Leo, how about you? How's your hair situation? Is it long and luscious? Is it extremely... Okay, it's short hair. Oh yeah, that's right. You're like a Chad bi. You're not like a Twinkie bi. Yeah, that's right. Okay. Short hair. All right. Anyway, all that to say, in the heat, I think the amount of hair on my head drives me crazy, but I'm telling myself if I cut it off, I'll look like a homeless male, you know, like the male partner of a lesbian relationship, and I kind of like don't want to look like that. I kind of want to, you know, look like I'm straight-ish. My hair is curly and thick, so it gets really messy. Oh, Leo, you don't say. How very nice. My hair's not super curly. It's wavy. I'll say that. My hair's very wavy. I'm thinking about putting layers in it and see if it will curl up if I put layers in it, but I'm not hopeful because I usually end up just brushing it flat because my hair gets like what's the word, like tangled mess. So yeah, anyway, so at some point in the future, I have a lore video about, oh yeah, that's right. I have to make a avatar of Chieko sipping tea. I want to put out like Chieko spills tea and do like silly lore videos about characters in Final Fantasy XIV. I also want to I also want to put out a couple other smaller videos, but we'll see, given that this week is a little bit nuts with family stuff. So we'll see what I can swing. But anyway, so let's end here, I guess, since I'm just rambling now and it's a complete waste of time, I think. But anyway, thank you everyone for coming. I'm sorry that I was so incoherent and molding. I wanted to like the work video, and I wanted to like why matriarchs fail, and I ended up a bit frustrated, and I don't know if it's because I'm just hot, or is it because I'm just afflicted with the tism or something. But anyway, thank you for being there with me, guys. I really appreciate it. And I will check in with everyone later and see how everyone is doing. And yeah, I'll see you all around. So thanks so much for coming in. And I'll see you and talk to you guys later. Bye.